Hello. We're back. Oh my goodness. Let me just turn this off of loop. Hi guys. Okay, so had just a little thing. Had just a couple of things. Um if the video looks weird, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on. We're not having an easy morning. I need to get more coffee inside of me, and please don't judge me for my Starbucks cups. I bought these before I knew. So, anywho, what's happening? Holy crap, everything is happening. Hi, Ronnie. How are you? I'll be watching and listening when I can today during work. Definitely need to rewatch the stream. I'm so excited. Not because it's a murder trial, but I'm excited just to be back here, chatting with you guys. Yes, so we have a murder 2 trial, a second degree murder trial happening right now. It is finally freaking started, and we'll do a little bit. Let me get something set up. We'll do a little bit of a little chit chat, then we're going to jump in. We are a little bit behind, but that's okay because we can just skedaddle right through the breaks, which I like to do because we like to get this moving and rolling. They are in Florida, but I found that Florida people don't speak too slow, like Southern slow. Not like they're slow, but I don't know if anyone watched the Murdaugh trial. And it was ooh, I like things to go fast. I hold almost every TikTok to 2x speed, just because even 60 seconds, I want it to be down. I want it to be down to at most 40. So I just need to do one more freaking thing. I lied. There's like 3 things that I need. Okay, can you guys hear me now? Um, hello. Thank you for popping in. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm having tech things happening and I don't understand why. Okay, microphone looks like it's working great. I have to move this or I'm going to just have just a little freak out. You guys, do you know when that happens? Like when you have like that moment of like, things need to be somewhere else or I'm gonna have emotions in my brain. So let's see. Okay, so let's do a little quick kind of like what's happening, why are we here, who is this if you don't know, which like the majority of you guys probably do know. I need a pen. I was going to try to use, I don't know if you guys have seen this. It's called the Rocket Book. You can like write in it with this like fancy pen and then like take a picture and it like goes right onto like, your phone for like documents and stuff. It's like super cool and there's like you can use it's just a small little notebook and you can like erase it, but it's a pen that you use and there's things that you can mark and you just like scan the page. It's wild. I was gonna try to use it, but my brain's not up to par right now to handle that. So we're just going old school. I will be taking a crap ton of notes, because this is going to be absolutely wild. Let's just do a little bit of why are we here, and why are we all kind of like having this moment of like, oh, finally we're here, because this has been a long time freaking coming. So Sarah Boone, let's talk a little. I'm not going to do too much because I want you guys to be, well, you guys probably know more than me, honestly, about it. I want to go in as a juror. I want to know, maybe I've heard the name, maybe I've heard the name, maybe there's little bits and pieces here, but I don't have like a judgment in my brain. I don't have like an opinion made. I mean, to be fair, I'm going to say that the moment people hear the prosecution's opening statement, opinions will be made. But I kind of have an opinion made, but it's not. I'm still interested to see what the defense actually tries to give us, which is probably going to be a battered spouse defense. Now, Sarah Boone is a woman who is accused, who allegedly murdered her boyfriend. This is murder too. This is not premeditated murder. This is some things led to some things, and now a person is deceased. Not I made plans, I'm going to get in my car, I have my pew pew ready, and now a person is deceased. So it's there are pieces to a crime that very strictly, especially in Florida, dictate murder one and murder two. And we're going to come across a lot of why is this a murder two? Why is this a murder two? Are they going to upgrade to murder one as people talk, as witnesses take the stand? Absolutely not. That's not going to happen. Could they add lesser included? Probably, but it's a possibility, but they're probably not going to. So we all remember, most likely, the story of the man in the suitcase from 2020. This happened 4 years ago. This woman, Sarah Boone, has been pushing back and causing problems throughout the legal system in Florida for years. Not just a momentary oopsies or oops, my first lawyer is not happy and now I need another one. That happened time and time and time again, where I believe we are officially on her ninth lawyer, her ninth set of representation. So let's talk about why. Let's talk about what's going on with that. Sarah Boone could not afford her own lawyer, so one was appointed to her. After discussions, after meetings, after we need to talk about your case, that lawyer asked to be released from the case because it's not working out. Different viewpoints, different capabilities. A court-appointed attorney has other cases. They are not specifically only working on yours, and they are getting paid money that's dictated by the state, by the county, by the city. They're not being paid extraordinarily large amounts of money for your case. And that situation just happened over and over and over again. And every time a new lawyer came on, a continuance happened, meaning it pushed things back. More hearings. You kind of had to go back to the beginning again. And the state, the prosecution never changed. So they were constantly restarting. And then the judge finally said, "This is your last attorney. You have now lost the privilege of having representation, and you must either represent yourself or find a non-court appointed attorney to represent you. Period. So what did she do? She got her little notepad and pen in jail because she's in custody. She's not like out walking around. And she wrote and drew out a flyer and said, "I need a lawyer. I'm innocent. I cannot pay you, but I need you to represent me." And this was maybe I'm going to say like a 2-month ago window, right? And very quickly, some lawyers, some attorneys flew in, landed on Sarah Boone and said, "We got you, boo." Did they know exactly what they got themselves into? I don't know. Did they think that this was going to help their popularity, maybe get more cases in the future? I hope not, because they're not doing it's. I don't think it's going to do what they want it to do. Were they just bored? Maybe. Were they just bored? Maybe they just wanted a challenge. They wanted to challenge themselves. The hearings, the conversations have just been abysmal. I don't know what's going to happen, but it is probably what I'm going to call a shit show. Ronnie says, at least someone responded. I'm kind of glad. She would have been very ineffective of a counsel for herself. Oh, absolutely. She would have been so ineffective. It would have been, I don't know if we remember Daryl Brooks, the man who represented himself as the alleged multi-murderer who drove through a parade a few years ago. He killed people, he injured people, and he represented himself. And Daryl Brooks, who was in custody during the process, which adds a layer of when you are in custody, when you are in jail, awaiting trial, you have to follow the prison rules. So you have to follow the rules of the correction officers that run and control the prison. So if that means there are no electronics allowed to be used past 8 p.m. There are no electronics allowed to be used past 8 p.m., no matter who you are, no matter if your trial is 6 months out, 6 years out, or tomorrow. It doesn't matter. So everything's done on paper. You have to wake up earlier to get bused to the court. You have to eat the food at the courthouse or that's brought from the jail for you. There's so much going on. I'll probably do a little more chatty like details throughout just from like the hearings and everything as they sort of come up. But one of the latest ones that happened was Sarah Boone asking for snacks at the courthouse. And that was piled on top of from a few days before, wanting hair and makeup to be done. She wanted to be able to present herself in a way that someone who is out of custody awaiting trial would be able to present themselves. So getting your hair blown out, curled, styled, getting makeup on, a lot of these things like snacks, exactly, were denied because the rules that the corrections facility, the corrections officers would need to have in place for Sarah to be able to get snacks and to get makeup, or she's going to need to be checked head to toe, inside and out, for bringing in contraband into the jail, possibly. Even wearing makeup back into jail is contraband because these items are contraband in jail, so you can't have them. So you can't have them on your face. Having snacks, absolutely not, was denied, which does kind of suck. We're going to have snacks when we watch this, and we're going to watch this at probably a quicker speed. We didn't wake up extra early to get transported here from jail. We didn't have to sit in a little cell wait. Like we didn't. It sucks that the snacks was denied. A little bag of chips, a cough drop, a mint, a candy, keep your blood sugar up. That sucks. But you are also potentially a murderer. And so I don't think that your brain should be at that point. But again, it's been so long that her brain's able to be at that point of, I want snacks. It's absolute insanity. So with that all being said, snacks are denied for her, but not for us. Hair and makeup is denied. Well, she can get her hair done. Someone can do her hair done, but it all has to be in the courtroom. There's no waiting area that she can like just go get her hair curled real quick or blown out. There's no like waiting area for her. She's either in a holding cell in the courthouse that's protected by officer or multiple officers or sheriffs or whatever, transported into the courtroom. Trial starts. Ding ding, hello, welcome back, we're on day 2 type of situation. You don't have a green room at a courthouse. So yes, you can have you can wear clothes that would not be worn in jail to present yourself as someone not wearing your prison garb, for lack of a better term, because my brain, is a right. You do not have to wear your orange or your stripes because there's a right to be seen innocent before proven guilty. You don't have to sit in front of a jury and look as a prisoner. Because that can sway people's heads, like, well, I'm already there, type of energy. But the snack thing, it kind of sucks. But It's just for the ease, time management, daily transport. There were issues with Sarah Boone being woken up early, like 2, 3 in the morning. It's a whole thing, but those things happen. They're constantly happening. The judge said you can do some things, but what you can do and where you can do it is all based on um, the corrections officers and the corrections facility and their rules, because you are going back there. That is your current home. So anywho, let's get started into the Sarah Boone trial. Starting on day 1. I don't know if I like myself down there. Where do we want to go? Do we want to go up here? No Pop-Tarts for Sarah. No Pop-Tarts for Sarah. Sorry, no pop. We can have Pop-Tarts, but Sarah cannot. Sarah Boone cannot have Pop-Tarts unless she buys them at commissary, which they probably only have like the unfrosted kind, which sucks. All right, let's see where we're at here. Let's check volume. Let's check let's see how we're doing. I'm hearing a little perfect timing. I am going to boost the volume a little bit. Let's see if she has any makeup on. The jury has been picked. I believe they have some housekeeping. She is shackled by the feet. She is not shackled at the waist and the wrist. I believe she's still shackled by the feet. They are prepping for opening statements. This is like prepping for opening statements. I believe there's going to be a moment where the judge addresses obviously the jury's not here. They're going to go over, I think, a couple of finality things before the jury comes in and opening statements. These past couple of days have been full of jury selection, pre-trial and trial hearings, getting everything solidified.
Bless you.
Bless you. And the defense has very consistently reminded the court and everyone listening that they have only been on this case for about 45, 46 days. It does to me look like Sarah Boone has a little bit of stuff on her face, but I don't know. I'm not a makeup girly. I got nothing on, just that moisturizer. I haven't worn makeup in like 7 years, so I would not know. Maybe she's just got naturally bright under eyes. We can unboost. While the papers are being stacked. She has been very active in note-taking. She has been very active in making faces when the judge lays down his judgments during hearings.
William J. for the state.
James Owens on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson, Sarah Boone.
I do.
Ma'am, good morning. Can you please state your full name and date of birth for the record?
I just want to pause this and say, if there are sound issues, it is directly from this courtroom. They have Sarah Boone has fought to get this live streamed. She wants the people to see what's happening. She wants the people to know what the outcome is. She wants to be in front of the eye because she saw the media attention immediately and said this needs to be live streamed. The judge said, all right, you want this live streamed? We'll allow cameras and audio. But unfortunately, for the past month and a half, the defense has been not good at using the microphone. as in not having it even pointed at near their mouths in the direction where their mouths are, like the opposite. So if there's sound and audio issues, it's directly from the courtroom. I like that we're late. We do have closed captions. If you want me to move them somewhere else, I'll try to keep them like directly out of people's faces, but let's go. Sarah Boone, day one.
Sarah Boone, 10-10-7-7.
All right. Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table, wearing a black suit and a pink blouse. She is in custody in this matter. However, there are no restraints that are affixed to her person. So we will be
No?
standing when our jury enters and exits. Before we bring in our jury this morning, yesterday the court had reserved on a Richardson hearing regarding Exhibit 2 as identified in the defendant's fifth amended reciprocal discovery exhibit list, specifically 119 pages of records from Advent Health Winter Park that were provided to the state yesterday morning by way of USB drive. Yesterday, the court had ordered that the defense was to provide an edited version of only the records pertaining to anxiety and the lack thereof, or anything pertaining to those matters, but before 9 a.m. this morning. Was that done, Mr. Owens?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. J, have you had the opportunity to review the culled down list of 119 documents?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is remaining of those 119 specific JPEG images, and what do they pertain to?
Most of them was just billings, observations by the medical personnel, so that necessarily apply to the issue of anxiety, as the court indicated. I did include certain pages that discuss depression issues, because I believe that they were related to anxiety. And then I've identified 4 or 5 other pages that are not anxiety related, and maybe.
Of those 119 images, how many are being sought? 15? Okay, thank you. State response.
Apparently, these are all just related to a January 23rd, 2018 admission at Advent Health Winter Park. So it appears they're not seeking to introduce any records from other instances that were contained in the records that were first disclosed to the state on September 27th.
You speak of the 81 pages?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Nor the new 119 pictures that still not in a PDF form. So of the
So this hearing, this trial hearing, essentially, the jury has been picked and seated. This is a just sort of tying up all the loose ends from the hearings, the last couple of hearings that they've had. There have been a lot of new things introduced from the defense. There were a lot of things about old, not like old, but hospital visits and inside the jail, sort of medical. Here's she has depression, all this sort of like nonsensical additions. And it got to the point where like a late fee was applied to the defense for not a late fee, but like a rush order fee to get these over to the prosecution. There was a conversation from the defense about how these new medical records about depression and anxiety are going to be used by the expert, but immediately that was shot down because what do you mean this? If you just got these, the expert has already come up with their decision when it comes to Sarah Boone. You can't use new documents on a decision that has already been made. So the judge is doing his very best. You're going to not see too much on this judge's face. Listen to his tone, which I love.
The 15 pages, the first 2 that they list are pages 9 and 10 out of 111. And I believe I've identified them as best I can. However, the Bates stamp from the hospital is over other text and there was no other Bates stamp. So I'm guessing that it's pages 9 and 10 out of 111. It appears to just be a health information sharing sheet, like a contract. I don't understand the relevance of those 2 pages. Pages 21
Relevancy has been a big discussion
22,
these past couple days.
23, 24, and 25 are all part of her initial assessment on 123.18. We don't object to those pages, but for, and I apologize that there's a but for. The fact that at the bottom of page 25 begins her toxicology screening, and that does go into page 26, and they did not indicate that they want to use page 26. However, without page 26, we are going to experience relevancy issues and a 403 objection from the state. And that is because in her toxicology screen, for which she is coming to the treatment to seek treatment for depression symptoms, she is at 165 for ethanol, meaning when converted, it's 0.165 grams per deciliter, over twice the legal limit. It's a central
you be
nervous system
drinking?
depressant. We are going to have at least one medical doctor, well, two. The forensic pathologist will testify for the state, and then our expert on battered spouse syndrome, if we get to that point, is also a medical doctor. She's a psychiatrist, not a psychologist. Will tell us that ethanol is a central nervous system depressant. I believe even the psychologist will be able to get that information in. So we are objecting to
Psychiatrists
pages
can
21
write
through
prescriptions.
25 coming in
Psychologists
without
cannot.
page 26.
If I understand your argument, is it a rule of completeness issue?
Yeah, I mean, in the sense that it applies to documents as opposed to statements. I mean, it is an out-of-court statement, so it is a rule of completeness issue.
Sorry, I didn't mean to pause it. Let's go to 1.25 speed. and see
Particularly
if
when
that's too
the
fast.
symptoms and complaints of the patient on that particular day were crying and being depressed and showing signs of using a central nervous system depressant. The rest of the talk screen, pages 27 and 28, they did not list. We are not complaining that they are not including that. Page 29 is another page they listed. That's more of a narrative about her visit at January 23rd, 2018. We do not object. Page 43 is just her vital signs. We don't object. Page 44
This is all from
is more of the initial assessment
2018,
on this
2
January
years
23rd,
before the crime
2018 visit. We do not
happened.
object, nor do we object to pages 45, 46, or 47.
What are pages 45, 46, and 47, just for my own?
More of this initial assessment
you.
of January 23rd, 2018 was my understanding.
Okay.
Page 48, we are asking again that this be included. Again, I don't believe it's super mysterious why we are going from pages 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, and then skipping page 48 and then going to 49. But we do want page 48 included. On that page includes her height and weight at the time. Page 63.
What's 49? So seemingly that's included.
49 is just some results. Again, it's misleading and doesn't provide full context without what I've described as page 26, because part of the results on page 49 show that she was tested for the presence of ethyl alcohol or ethanol, but it doesn't give the results.
Are the results
I always
contained in
forget to
another
play my
page?
Just on
intro.
page 26, the one I previously described as one.
After this,
So not
before
following 49
openings,
to 50 or
I'll play
51
it.
sequentially.
No, because the pages they want from the 40s are 43 through 47, skipping 48, and we're asking for 48 to be included between 47 and 49 to make sure it's relevant and complete.
But they are also seeking 49, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
They just skipped 48, just like they skipped 26.
Okay.
Just
Page
they skipped
63.
26. This is
It
the
appears to be
prosecution
repetitive, but
speaking
we don't have any
about
particular
the
objection.
newest
Page
additions
63 of the 111. Page 108 seems to be another
into
part of the initial assessment from
evidence
January 23rd,
by the
2018.
defense.
So we don't object to that. So basically, we're asking for pages 26 and 48 to be included.
Okay, thank you. The the state did seek a Richardson hearing yesterday in this matter, and based on binding precedent by the 6th District Court of Appeal, Young v. State, 369 Southern 3rd, 1243, regardless of the culling down of the records, the court still is required to conduct a Richardson hearing. As to the issue of whether the defendant's violation was inadvertent or willful, Mr. Owens had advised that these documents were obtained sometime last week. He was unable to provide any specificity. He's going to confer with his office. Mr. Owens or Mr. Beck, are you in a position to advise when these documents were first requested, when they were received, and when they were sent to the state? Specifically, any documents pertaining to Exhibit 2, the Advent Health Winter Park records.
Judge, I did check with my secretary, Margaret, and my understanding is, I didn't know that was going to be a question about when we actually sent it out. I know it was one of my trips down here. I got Sarah Boone to sign a medical release. We sent it to the hospital. It took a couple of weeks, I want to say. We got it last week. We don't know exactly when. We don't timestamp at our office when something is mailed in, and it was mailed in from the hospital to my office. For whatever reason, the records did not get to Shelby, who was handling that issue, until late. I think it was yesterday or the day before that she was aware that they had not been disclosed. We provided the copy to the state at that time.
So did these records come in batches? Because my understanding, based on the state's representation and their objections, was that the first 81 pages came on September 27th. Those were provided.
Those were separate. Those were records that some of the other lawyers, one of the other lawyers had received, and we sent them on, but the problem was they had notes on them. So we sent that 81, but it wasn't directly from the hospital. So we were trying to get a more complete, unedited copy of it.
So we're talking about a discovery possibility of a discovery violation, not sharing with the other side, holding out on evidence, purposefully waiting to the very last moment to sort of get like a head start, sort of. So this is important information. Do we feel like the defense attorney is lying about when they came in and why they weren't handed over? That's for you to figure out, but the judgment will be up to Judge Michael Kranick.
The records, that's why we made our request.
Okay. And when was the error identified in time as to when these items were not sent, such that they were provided via USB yesterday?
Whatever date we gave them is when we realized there was an error, that same day.
Okay, my understanding that would have been yesterday morning.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
If I may, real quick, based on the invoice that sent from building department, September, I suspect they waited until they received confirmation payment, $135 for receipt of them, so we received those. So it's all been within a couple of years ago. We had the communication last year.
I wish people spoke into microphones.
Any further argument or positions with regard to the Richardson analysis, Mr. J?
That's for the purpose of this hearing, but that document.
Is that the 119 pages, sir?
No, sir, it's the 81 pages that we got on September 27th, 2000.
Any objection? All right, what was pre-marked A for the purposes of the Richardson hearing will be received without objection as states 1.
The defense does not feel
There was just a reference
they're-
that 81 pages were all marked up by the defense. There's no markings. The issue and the confusion that the state attorney's office still
There's
has,
no
though,
marking.
is page 68 of 81 of these original 81 documents.
If you have a cell phone on, they need to be silenced and turned off, please. If you cannot follow the court's instructions, due to the publicity in this case, I will ask for you to be removed. Does everyone
Phones
understand?
are on.
Thank you. You may proceed.
And I realize that I've only had a limited amount of time to review the 119 pages that came in yesterday. And again, it's more difficult to review those because it's not in a PDF where I can word search it and do any of the things that are afforded to us with modern technology. It came in as 119 separate JPEGs. They're not in order.
Are you kidding
for
me?
instance, when I'm trying to look for page 43 of those 111 records out of the 119 pages, it's not in order. And I've done my absolute best to try and see if this page, which is 68.
Yes. And referring to 68 of the 81 that was
Yes,
entered
sir.
as 1, correct?
Yes, sir. It is sub-labeled within these records as page 2 of 14, and it appears to be a part of her visit on January 23rd, 2018. And in the social history provided, it says alcohol use denies, tobacco use denies, and the other part isn't relevant. And I just haven't been able to find that. And so I'm asking for the leeway to continue to try and search for that particular page out of the 119 so that I may ask that out of the doctrine of completeness and fairness that it be included. I'm just at this point, I've not been able to find anything in the records that says that. And I'm limited in my abilities to cheat with technology and put it, if there's a 119 page PDF and you make it word searchable, you just put in the magic word and it helps the attorney greatly.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's
Could
why
you
there's
imagine?
this confusion.
Could you imagine 2, 3, 4, 5 days before trial is finally set to start? Finally, finally happening. Like the jury, the summons haven't been out. They have been told the date. The hundreds of potential jurors are coming in, and you get 81 unsearchable, not in order, loosey goosey JPEGs of documents, of hospital documents, medical documents from a hospital. 81, here you go. Here's more. Here's more. You can't search them. You have to read everything. They're not in order. You have to build the file yourself. You have to open each individual JPEG up. You probably have to zoom in. The handwriting's probably trash. It's probably scanned in. Oh, I would be pissed and he's pissed. And then yesterday handed 119 documents, pages, to just be like, here you go. Oh, I would not
Confusion,
be
and that's part
happy.
of why I had to raise this issue. Was just at my first glance at those pages yesterday, I knew that something seemed off compared to what was previously provided.
Okay. Any response?
It has a heading, Your Honor. I'm not familiar with that heading in the documents that I was reviewing. I'll look for it again and I'll provide.
Okay. I appreciate y'all working together on that. So here's what we're going to do.
If
Yes.
we had told the state that we would bring in a printed copy, not the PDF, this morning. But Federal Express, which is the block away, for whatever reason, the road was being constructed. So they closed. So we were there at 8 o'clock to get the copy to the state. We had
Excuse
promised,
after
but we will bring one at
excuse
lunch.
after
and hand to state.
excuse.
Okay. Appreciate it. All right. Any other argument with regard to the Richardson issue? Anything further, Mr. Beck? Okay. With regard to, let me conclude the Richardson analysis first. All right. Thank you both for your positions and your arguments. The court has, as a matter of law, the court needs to determine whether the defendant's violation was inadvertent or willful. Court finds that based on the positions provided by the defense that the disclosure was inadvertent, but I do find that the violation had some level of substantiality to it. But due to the state's review and the defense compliance with the court's order yesterday as to culling down to the pages that we've identified, the court finds that the violation had a limited ability on the state's ability to prepare for trial due to the lack of objections to the majority of the documents, with the exception of page 48 and 26, which are sought to be included. For those reasons, I find that the prejudicial effect of the substantial disclosure is limited, and I'm not going to order the defense, not going to prohibit the defense from proceeding forward on moving these items into evidence. However, I do want to address the 403 rule of completeness issue with regard to pages 26 and 49 26 and 48 as sought by the state. No objection, Mr. Beck. All right, thank you. So the state's request is granted. Pages 26 and 48 will be included in any evidentiary documents that are sought to be moved into evidence with regard to this January 23, 2018 incident is provided in the 119 pages of item 2 of the defendant's Fifth Amended Reciprocal Discovery Exhibit List. I will not foreclose the state regarding page 68 of the 81 pages. If they're able to find that additional document, we can address any argument at that time as to why that should be included. Anything further, state, before we bring in our jury?
Judge, the defense team has indicated to me that they intend on.
All right, before they are the ones who signed on with a court date looming like 45 days later. Yes. And they're a team. And they asked for this and they chose this, which they didn't have to. No one in Florida, no lawyer at all out there had to choose this. They didn't have to. No one had to do it. And they did it. And like you agreed to the time crunch of the 45 days. You agreed to it. So get it together. Stop acting like everything is everyone else's fault, because that's how Sarah Boone is acting. I'm going to need you to grow up. Be lawyers.
Using demonstrative aids during opening statement. The ones that I've seen include aids.
Okay, let me.
Judge,
Sorry.
the defense team has indicated to me that they intend on using demonstrative aids during opening statement.
Ooh.
The ones
I love
that I've seen
demonstratives.
include jury instructions that may not be given and may not be given in the way that the court gives, and photographs that could be coming into evidence. I identified at least one that I don't recognize as something they sought to be seeking into evidence, perhaps two. So I believe we should have a discussion about each and every one of those. They should each be marked for the record purposes by letter so that we can refer to them and make a record. I believe it's in the court's discretion, even though I rarely see it exercised in this way in this circuit, to allow the
Look at the
respective
crime.
parties to refer to actual exhibits during opening statements. I would urge the court not to allow that. They're going to see them soon enough. But particularly with what they are seeking to introduce, given the motion in limine ruling that the court has already issued, that at this point in time, the latest proffer with the defendant's testimony is not amounting to an overt act that will result in a self-defense instruction, that will result in prior instances of violence coming in, that it would be extremely prejudicial, dangerous, and to use Mr. Cacciatore's analogy, very impossible to put that toothpaste back in the tube if we amplify our opening statements, which may or may not come to fruition when we start talking about these past instances and battered spouse syndrome. It would be greatly amplified if they're actually seeing exhibits of the defendant's past injuries that she's attributing to the decedent. So I'm asking for us to discuss that.
Response before we go through each photo.
Oh, he said,
Yeah,
because the judge said, yeah. Yeah. So the prosecution just said, hey, the defense, I just saw some stuff over there as they're prepping for opening statements. They're using demonstratives and like some pictures and stuff and like evidence. And like, what are they doing? We went over this. The picture that they're using is not like even in evidence. Like, it isn't even in the list of evidence, like possibilities that that either side could enter. What's going on? What's going on? Can we look at these? Can we see these before the show of shit starts? And the judge was like, yeah, but let me talk to him first, real quick.
defense is self-defense. Sarah's going to testify that she was defending herself. We believe the court's going to rule we're entitled to put on a case involving self-defense. And under the instruction for justifiable use of non-deadly force and the justifiable use of deadly force.
I'm not discussing the jury instructions at this
We're
time.
not right. What are we doing here? I need you to approach a microphone.
Here's my concern.
Anywhere.
Why are we addressing law in opening statement?
Well, I agree with the state attorney. I did pull up a couple of these on justifiable use of non-deadly force.
That does not answer my question.
I would agree not to.
Bruh.
Okay.
I'm interested in using it. And this is the instruction. You decide what evidence is right. Use your common sense in deciding which is best evidence. And which evidence should not be relied upon.
No, I can see it, sir.
I have a little inkling inside of my body.
What's your position
That-
with regard to those two, Mr. J?
Maybe like a week in, Sarah's gonna be like, guys, I'm guilty. Just-
And that's going to be enough of a
I'm
minefield.
guilty. We got to be done.
It really shouldn't be.
But she's
about
not going
law.
to.
We'll both have an opportunity to use the actual jury instructions, which we have not decided upon. We will have the opportunity to use that overhead or any means that we want at the end of the trial during our closings to put up what is actually
I have a
decided to be the
croissant.
law after the case has been presented. So it's our position that we shouldn't be using demonstrative aids with portions of jury instructions. We're going to have that opportunity to argue how the law applies to the facts at the end, and we will have the correct version. And if the court is following the tendency that I've seen in the circuit recently, we may, in fact, read 3/4 of the jury instructions to them before we even begin our closing remarks. I think it's premature and problematic to be doing that at this time, and it's not the role of opening remarks.
Any other response?
I've been doing this 35 years. I've had these boards. I've used these boards at opening statements. I don't know how
Come
many
on.
times. I've said that I would waive introducing the one specific to self-defense, but reasonable doubt is an instruction you gave to the jury when we got started. And then this weighing the evidence is a standard jury instruction that applies in every case.
Are those the standard? Is that the language of the standard instruction?
I have not had the opportunity this morning to pull up the Florida Standard Criminal Jury Instructions off the Supreme Court website due to dealing with motions in limine, trying to prepare my opening statement and doing all the things that I should be doing on the eve of openings. But I did notice that I did not believe the reasonable doubt instruction was complete just from memory. And I know that's not the complete weighing the evidence instruction either. It's an entire page of instructions for each of those.
Can I see the reasonable doubt instruction, please? Well, here's the first problem. That's the wrong instruction. Florida Supreme Court revised 3.7 earlier this year. That is not the appropriate definition of reasonable doubt. It is not what was read to the jury during jury selection. 3.7 now reads.
He said, that's crazy. 35 years and you're still damn wrong. 35 years and you're wrong. That has been changed. Where were you? Where were you yesterday? Where were you yesterday when we read it out loud to the jury? Were you not in the room with us, sir? That is wrong. That's wrong. That is wrong. Hey, girly pop. Just went dress shopping. For what? You can text me about it. You don't have to put it on the internet. You're wrong. That's wild. So you can't use that because that's incorrect. That has been changed.
Proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and it does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there's not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. That does not track the standard jury instruction. For those reasons, I'm not going to allow it.
Judge, I'll have it redone.
Period.
As long as it, I mean, we're still in the process of working through. The 3.7 instruction speaks for itself. I won't preclude you from using enlargements in closing, but for the purposes of opening, because it doesn't track the 3.7 instruction, I'm not going to allow it.
Period. Oh, golly.
Give me a moment.
He's double checking word for word. Because if it's even, we're in and instead of or he or should have instead of the he, she, he, like if there's
That seems to be
anything
the
off.
standard 3.9 instructions, or at least portions of it. Response?
Again, since it's not all of it, it's misleading. It's highlighting something about the law when we're just talking about opening remarks. 6 through 10 are optional. We haven't decided which out of the optional instructions 6 through 10 we're going to use in this case. We have not heard the evidence yet. So I just think it's inappropriate to be delving into pieces and portions of jury instructions before we get the evidence. What we should be doing is explaining to the jury what we believe the facts are going to show and the inferences that they can draw from them.
Right. Opening statement.
Argue the law later.
Last bite at the apple, sir.
Judge, they've got to have some guidance to the law, you know, that in many ways we do it where we give them the law at the very end, you know, and
Yeah, and they will.
I
They will
understand the
have
reason for
guidance
that,
in the
depending on the
law.
evidence that comes
They
in. But there's
will.
standard instructions that are going to apply throughout. And this is just giving them an idea of what their role is in considering the credibility of witnesses. I think it's appropriate. It's a brief statement of a standard instruction that comes in on every case.
Let me move to the photographs before I address the 3.9 issue.
Right, because we're not done yet.
I think for the record, we should mark them.
Okay. Do you want them marked? You want them marked by Madam Clerk, correct? Okay, so let's approach with that first photograph, please. Madam Clerk, yes.
Like you don't know. I'm just moving forward through it to get through. The marking process can take a little bit. We've seen that. Especially in the Karen Reed case, we saw a lot of the marking of the pieces that are used inside court. Oh boy. See, this is why I like to have a little bit of time difference between so I can boot, scoot, and boogie. You can barely hear the guy. He's just explaining the pictures. The defense is going to be battered spouse syndrome, that her boyfriend has played such a big part in her life with the abuse that he put on her. He abused her for so long that this incident that happened, the way she reacted was because of the history of abuse and the knowledge of how he would react from whatever is happening. So that's the defense's argument, is that she did something preemptively because of the knowledge and the history of what is about to happen. She pre-protected herself, essentially. She said, I have to do this because the potential of me being harmed and or killed myself from what is happening and how he's going to react negatively, I have to do something first. That's the defense's argument. Will be the defense's argument. Will it work? Unknown. Are there things that we don't even know about this case? Probably. Are there going to be moments where we're like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear about that on the news? Yeah, probably.
Any other further argument with regard to the use of those items pre-marked as A through I in opening statement? Mr. Owens.
Yes, Judge, I sent you some cases.
When did you send it, sir? I have not received it.
All right, let's boot scoom boogie. Oops.
State seen a copy of it?
I'm familiar with the case law. I did receive the email. I'm not sure if it indicated who all was copied on it. Separate one, but I'll check.
He's like, if someone sent this 10 minutes before
Is it just these two?
we even started, no, we didn't see that.
And provided Alsager v. State, 326 7th 3rd, 656, Florida Supreme Court, 2021. Low v. State, 259 7th 3rd, 23, Florida Supreme Court, 2018. Yes, sir.
Judge, the court has discretion to allow demonstrative aids. If you look at one or both of those, there was a state wanted to introduce a dummy they were using in a homicide case, which the court allowed. Other cases have allowed photographs and demonstrative aids to be used in opening statements. In the Alcaguer case, which is the 2021 case, trial court acted within its discretion in permitting state's use of a map as a demonstrative aid during the guilt phase rebuttal closing argument in a capital murder trial, where evidence visually demonstrated on
The
the map
discussion isn't about using demonstratives.
That was actually
It's about if the demonstratives are appropriate or not to be used. Like, you can, it's not a, you can't use demonstratives.
2018 case, Supreme Court of Florida.
It's making
Again,
sure they're
trial court acted
appropriate.
within its discretion in
Correct.
allowing a demonstrative exhibit. In that case, it was a murder prosecution. Trial court acted within its discretion in allowing the state to use a mannequin in a demonstrative aid in order to show the position of the gun in relation to the victim's body. The mannequin was used to set out the circumstances of the crime and to attempt to establish aggravation. The mannequin was used to demonstrate the location of the gunshot wounds, the angle of the impact against the skin, the incapacitating nature of each gunshot wound. Advising of the trajectories were anatomical, not spatial, and had a small degree of error, where only was slight difference between the victim's size and the mannequin's dimensions. There was nothing to suggest the mannequin was altered to resemble the victim. Court allowed, again, court's discretion. As you know, we're claiming self-defense, and as part of that instruction, we're entitled to allege prior instances of difficulties and prior acts of violence so that the defendant who asserts self-defense, their state of mind is different from that.
judge is like on Instagram. No, he's not. But you know, he's like, I hear you.
Jorge Torres had reasonable grounds to believe that she was in danger of imminent use of unlawful force at the hands of Jorge Torres. You may consider this fact in determining whether the actions of benefiting those of a reasonable person.
Thanks, Court TV. Yes, this is outside the jury's presence. Jury is not in the room. Opening statements have not started. He's like, are you done?
Belief that the exhibits
Uh,
are used in evidence.
I hate.
They're demonstrative aids to aid the jury in understanding the circumstances surrounding that relationship and the actions that Sarah took and the reasonableness of those actions in light of their history.
Thank you. Any response,
I-
State? Yes, sir.
I hate. Hey, how is this relevant? I have a question. How is this relevant? Answer. It was one time I went golfing 18 years ago, and when I saw an alligator, like, answer the question. Do not give me a story that only relates to you, and then you somehow bring it back, and then you get mad when people interrupt you and say, could you please just answer the question? We don't have time for this. Are you purposefully stalling? Yes, of course, is my opinion. Is of course purposefully stalling. You're purposefully stalling.
Judge, the standard.
He's been trying to stall and push the date and push the date and push the date since the moment he joined, but the date was not going to move. It did move a couple of days just because of the hurricane, but it was like 3 days.
Standard is it is your discretion, and you will only be reversed if you abuse your discretion in this regard. The state is urging you just flat out, as a matter of principle, to not allow the parties to go into the exhibits during opening statements. They're going to be seeing the actual exhibits in the very, very near future. I mean, we can do this. We can play the videos. We can show gruesome autopsy photographs on the big screen as well during opening statements, but those things are all coming. So we're just asking you first in general, let's not extend the opening statements in that regard any more than necessary. Now, our specific objections are this. With A, which is beneath everything now, but the bloody ear from the prior incident, I believe that is from a body-worn camera, and I think he indicated as much. It was not from her phone. If we get to that point where we know that this piece of evidence is coming in, that would be one thing. But right now, the law of the case is they cannot put on any evidence of prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence regarding the victim, or go into battered spouse syndrome in the evidence until self-defense has been established. And that self-defense must be established by the testimony, and in this particular case, it has to come from the defendant, of an overt act taken by the decedent, which resulted in an imminent threat of great bodily harm or death. And we have had that litigation. We have provided the court the most recent testimony regarding the defendant's most recent statements from the two doctors, and it doesn't exist at this time. So it's one thing for the parties to go into things in opening statements that don't end up coming into evidence. And when the defendant does that, well, under King versus State, the state gets to point out, look, they made these promises in opening statements and they didn't come to fruition. So you need to disregard everything that you heard that was going to happen in trial that didn't. But the problem, particularly for the state side, is we don't get to appeal. So if we go through opening statements and we have the jurors not only exposed to our words about things that may or may not be coming into evidence, but exposed to 1,000 words per picture, if a picture is worth 1,000 words, that amplifies the error. And it's an error the state has no remedy to fix. So we're asking for A, which would absolutely come into evidence. If we get this overt act testimony, which has not occurred yet from the defendant, and certainly this is A would come in some of the other letters. And there's nothing wrong with them blowing it up like that. In fact, the state has it on their exhibit and will be showing it on the screen as well. There's not a lot of dispute over whether that will come in if we meet that standard of an imminent act or overt threat of an imminent act of danger. B, I'm not sure B was on their list of items that they sought to introduce from the phone.
What's up?
We would argue a picture of her with her dogs on her porch doesn't have any relevance. I don't expect that to be coming into trial, so we're objecting on that separate ground. And then returning back to C.
You probably just heard, I was just nibbling on a croissant. You probably just heard the prosecutor mention how we are looking for a very specific thing when it comes to the testimony from the defendant. Yes, we are going to see Sarah Boone take the stand because the defense has set it up where their medical professional, their psychiatrist, their psychologist, whoever they have, cannot testify about Sarah's past and like her depression, anxiety, and how she would react to the abuse in the situation without Sarah Boone testifying herself. So they cannot put the psych testimony before Sarah Boone's testimony. They just can't do it. It's just the things that are going to come in are impossible to come in. There will be no foundation for these things without Sarah Boone herself taking the stand. So we are going to see, if we get to that point in this trial, we are going to see the defendant take the stand, which does not always happen. We did not see Karen Reed take the stand. We did not. What else did we watch? Did we watch anything else? I don't think we watched anything else. That little girl who's in prison for the rest of her life now. We did not see her take the stand. You don't see defendants take the stand, and it's not held against you for not testifying. You don't have to testify. But the way Sarah Boone's defense team has set all of this up, has put this all together, she needs to take the stand, or a bunch of testimony does not come in. And they don't get their battered spouse syndrome in with an overt act of
C,
we'll get
D,
to it.
E, F, G, H, I. State is all aware of those photographs. We are prepared to introduce them ourselves through the digital evidence. There's no hiding those things if we meet the threshold for this sort of evidence coming in.
Could you identify those for me? I'm trying to keep notes contemporaneously.
Yes. C.
It was C through I inclusive?
Yes.
Thank you.
B is the only one that is not a photograph of prior violence. I don't know. It wasn't on their list of things that they sought to introduce. And I don't know what the relevance would be of her just sitting there on her porch with her dogs. But A and then C through I, judge, absolutely at the end of the trial,
a photo of just her
great.
existing.
Blow them up, use them as much as you want. But in this particular case, with the rulings that the court has already made about this, based on the state's motion in limine, it is very dangerous to allow them to do this when we are not expecting it to be admitted into evidence based on the current state of the defendant's testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Owens, if you could address Exhibit B, was pre-marked as B.
But Judge, you've already ruled that these things come in early. Remember that? prior
No, what I ruled was that you were able to discuss them, address them in opening. Photographs are a totally different kitty.
I said nothing about battered spouse syndrome. I said self-defense. These exhibits come in.
Chill, bro. Chill. Mind you, we're pausing and I'm talking, but the jury is sitting and waiting. Sitting and waiting. Sitting and waiting. Waiting. Wasting time. If they were like, hey, we're not going to start until the afternoon, we have things we need to sort out, these jurors could have gone to work in the morning. Hey, job, I have jury duty. I need to clock out at noon and get to the courthouse by 12:30. Why do we have this jury waiting? Because it could have been sorted. It could have been done. And then the demonstrative issue comes up. And now we're at it again. And we're talking and we're going back and forth and back and forth. We're arguing legal. We're arguing about these demonstratives that, shocker, are going to continue to push things back. We are spending so much time on this, the defense knowing that this is going to be an issue. I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
Under self-defense. In arguing these, I've said nothing about battered spouse. I'm talking about self-defense.
I understand.
And prior difficulties, prior acts of violence is a standard instruction.
But the overt act requirement remains. I mean, we've reviewed Holland and read it multiple times.
In good faith, with discussions with my client, we believe there's going to be evidence of an overt act. That she was facing imminent threat and she reacted based on that threat.
Understood. Your response to Exhibit B.
When
It's her on the back porch with the two dogs.
Judge, not only did he.
Which one's
abuse
B?
Judge Torres,
The one
he
she's
abused-
That's
just
not
there.
the issue. The issue is that the state represented that it was not part of your exhibit list.
I believe it is a part of the exhibit list. We got this from the state. They sent over a bunch of pictures of flowers or paintings that they want to introduce, that they listed as exhibits. I thought for sure we put this on there, but the relevance of it is not only did he abuse Sarah Boone, Jorge Torres, he abused the dogs. And he would threaten to abuse the dogs, to control
I
Sarah
thought
Boone.
for sure. I thought for sure we put it on there,
Thank you.
bro.
They're checking judge.
All right.
On whether they have one.
The court's prepared to rule at this point in time. Thank you both for your presentations and your argument. The court's had the opportunity to what
gonna
was pre-marked as A through I inclusive. First, with regard to the portion of the 3.9 instruction, purposes of opening statement is to set the table of what the issues are, what the parties believe the facts and evidence will show. It is not a proper time to be discussing law or elements of law, and that is an element of law that will be instructed to the jury at the end of the case. So the court's going to exercise its discretion for those reasons and prohibit you from using the portion of the 3.9 instruction in opening statement. You could talk about this is a job that you're going to have, but I'm not going to allow you to read portions of the instruction for those reasons at this time. With regard to what was pre-marked as A through I, the Holland case is clear. Before a defendant may introduce evidence of the victim's character, he must first show that there was an overt act by the victim at or about the time of the incident that reasonably indicated a need for self-defense. I understand your good faith belief. I take no position on whether or not you're going to make it or not. That's something that you're going to have to establish. But the concern is that the photographs, some of them are graphic in nature. The lacerations, the sutures, the bruising, facial wounds with bleeding may have such a impact such that the toothpaste cannot be placed back into the tube, assuming that overt act hurdle is not met. The court, again, takes no position on whether or not you're going to be able to meet it because I haven't heard the evidence and testimony. So court's going to exercise its discretion for those reasons. You could talk about it. You can talk about it that she was a victim. You could talk about specific some incidences made happen, but I'm not going to allow the photographs at this point in time for those reasons, for your utilization of them in opening statements. Any questions or clarifications with regards to the court's ruling? State.
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
No, sir.
All right. Are we prepared to bring in our jury at this time?
Got two other issues.
They've been waiting for an hour and 20 minutes, counselor.
We intend
More
to play
issues.
the 2-minute suitcase video to the jury in opening statement.
State.
Again, I'm asking you to urge your discretion. They're going to hear it in the next 2 days of court. It's within your discretion whether we're going to start using exhibits during opening statement.
What's the other issue, sir?
I need to approach the bench.
Okay. With regard to the video, I'm not going to allow proposed exhibits to be used in opening statements. It's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. I'm not going to allow your photographs, I'm not going to allow the state to do anything. You can orally talk about what you believe the evidence and testimony is going to show, but the actual evidence is going to have to be presented here through witnesses or through demonstration and publication after that evidence is admitted. Y'all can approach.
While we approach, can somebody from their team start dismantling?
Please, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Sorry, my camera just stopped working. They want to play the 2-minute video, which is a video that Sarah Boone herself recorded on her phone. Yes, this is one of the biggest pieces of evidence to be used in court. This is a video that Sarah Boone herself. I'm gonna need you to be real careful with those freaking photos, man. Oh man, they're just flopping around these photos that don't need to be on camera anyway, unnecessarily. Okay, so this 2-minute video, you've probably seen at least some of it. It is a video that Sarah took on her own phone with Jorge Torres inside of the suitcase, him begging to open the suitcase. I can't breathe. Her laughing, him saying, Sarah, Sarah, her replying, that's my name. Don't wear it out. Wild. Him saying, I can't breathe. Let me out. It is very disturbing. I've seen a lot of junk. Like I've seen a lot of these horrible things.
Any reason why we cannot bring in our jury at this time?
Especially thanks to social media like X, Twitter, mostly. There's horrible, horrible, horrible things that people see on the daily basis, and this is one really disturbing video. it is not to be used as a shock and awe moment. It is to be used carefully, delicately, and in the proper way. Like this is a really important piece of evidence.
This time. State. Defense. All right, let's stand and bring in our panel.
All right, the jury is coming in. We'll give this a quick little pause. Jury is coming in. Opening statements are about to happen. I need a haircut. Oh my God, look at this. That's insane. The opening statements are about to go down. Twitter ruins everything for me. Yeah, screw Elon Musk, I swear. Like, what a trash person. Don't even get me started. So let's, hi, I'm Lily. I'm the Chatty Juror. Subscribe, and let's talk about things. Let's run the intro, and then we'll get right into opening statements. Alrighty.
Do you recognize our jury?
Yeah.
Okay, the parties approach for a moment.
All right, the jury has entered the room.
You comply with things or charge involved in this case. Not have any conversations amongst yourselves or anyone. Affirm before we start this morning that you complied with the
All right,
court's
here we go.
instructions last night to not have any conversations amongst yourselves or anyone else about the persons, places, things, or charge involved in this case. And then you have not conducted any independent investigation regarding those items. You just raise your hands to confer that you complied with the court's instructions. All right, the record will reflect that all jurors have raised their hands. Members of the jury, yesterday I told you that you may happen to see the lawyers in the courtroom or in the courthouse going about their affairs. And again, they're not trying to avoid you or speak to you because they're not allowed to. Did anyone happen to ride an elevator this morning with any of the attorneys, either for the state or for the defense? All right, juror in seat number 3 from my left, first row. Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Can you hold it for a moment? And the juror in seat 4, left to right, first row. Yes, sir. Who did you ride the elevator with? Do you recall who specifically, sir? Mr. Owens. Okay, thank you.
All right. Should the attorneys be around the jurors for any reason whatsoever? Absolutely not. Looks like I'm having an internet issue. Sorry about that. Hopefully it sorts itself out. So here's the thing. Attorneys shouldn't be having a single word.
All right, thank you both for your honesty. I appreciate that. Something we talked about earlier this week. That's the one thing that we required and asked of you, is just be open and honest. And I appreciate both of y'all's open and honesty. During the ride in the elevator, was there anything that you saw or observed that would impacted you or influenced you in any way, to have any impact on you? Juror number 3, left to right, first row. Juror number 4, left to right, first row. Okay, thank you. All right, with that, members of the jury, we're going to proceed with opening statements this morning. Both the state and the defense will have.
And if you do somehow end up in an elevator with, or walking up the stairs at the same time, or at the vending machine at the same time, there should be no words. None. There should be no words shared, talked about, just nothing. Don't do anything. Don't say anything. The lawyer shouldn't say a single thing. And if the juror says something, they should say, I can't talk to you. Leave it be and approach the judge and say, juror tried to talk to me. I responded, I can't talk to you. I walked away.
Will have the opportunity to present them. I ask that you listen closely
Don't
to
ruin
those statements that they're going to
The
provide.
reason.
But remember, these are not evidence. This is just the party's belief as to what the facts and the evidence will show in this case. After the conclusion of the opening statements, we'll begin with the state's case in chief through witnesses. With that, Mr. J, you may proceed, sir.
Thank you.
Should we take a little break before we get into opening statements? Wait, when did she get lawyers? Last I saw, she was representing herself. Yeah, so she got lawyers about 45, 46, 47 days ago. And they have been representing her since. She was bound to represent herself. She was deemed so irresponsible with the court appointed attorneys that she went through about 8 of them, and that right was removed from her. She lost the right to have a court appointed attorney. She will either have to represent herself or have find her own attorneys. She made a little handwritten flyer, and these folks came flying on in, landed on her shoulders, and said, "We got you, babes. We got you."
Ladies and gentlemen, what the evidence in this case is going to show you is that this defendant zipped Jorge Torres shot in his suitcase. He was able to do this because at the time of his death, he only weighed 103 pounds. And she did this with malicious intent to punish him. And then she went up to sleep and left him to take his final breaths on this earth alone. How many breaths those were, we don't know.
I boosted the audio as much as I can anymore, and it just gets fuzzy. He's not in front of a microphone. He is speaking directly to the jury, like within a foot and a half of them. So, sorry.
Show that it was at least for about 15 minutes. There's going to be 2 videos that the defendant herself took of this event. Evidence is going to show Jorge Torres is dead because in this defendant's judgment, sir, you have a conscious disregard for whether he lived or died. You will see, hear these videos. What I expect you will hear from a video that began at 11:12 p.m., 45 seconds. On February 23rd, 2020, in Orange County, Florida, is a suitcase on the ground, face down, with the zippers facing the floor. You will hear Sarah. The defendant will say, "For everything you've done to me." Sarah, "For everything you've done to me." Sarah, "Fuck you." And then the defendant laughs. Sarah, "Fuck you." And the defendant laughs. Sarah, "Stupid." Sarah, "That's my name. Don't wear it out." Sarah, "I can't fucking breathe, baby. Seriously." "Yeah, that's what you do when you choke me." Sarah, Sarah, Sarah. The defendant laughs again. Sarah, "I can't breathe, babe." She laughs again. "That's on you." Sarah, "I can't breathe." She laughs again. Unintelligible words. And I would submit the evidence is going to show, because of the intoxication from alcohol, is the next thing she says. Sarah, 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 "I can't breathe, baby." That's what I feel like when you cheat on me. Sarah, "Fuck you." "I can't fucking breathe, Sarah." "You should probably shut the fuck up." Sarah, "Shh," is the last thing you will hear the defendant say to Mr. Torres as he is face down, zipped shut in a suitcase. That, again, began at 11:12:45 and lasts just over 2 minutes. At 11:23 and 3 seconds p.m., there's a second 22-second video, and it's the defendant zooming in on the suitcase. And all you hear during this 22 seconds, after he's been in this suitcase since at least 11:12 p.m., is one more time, Sarah. How did we get to this point where 103-pound Jorge Torres?
Back to the microphone.
Well, the next morning, the defendant wakes up, late morning, perhaps early afternoon, somewhere in this time, several hours. And she goes downstairs, and she sees Jorge Torres. Eventually realizes first thing she does after taking him out, you will hear description, but little lights out at some point and tries to resuscitate him. Here's her playing she tries share a child in common.
He is nowhere near the microphone. The microphone is right here. And he is right here. And he was just in front of the microphone. And if I boost the audio that's being caught by just the little microphones, it turns into all fuzziness. And it makes this is literally driving me insane. Just get in front of the microphone. This is the prosecution. He doesn't care if this is streamed or not. He just wants to put Sarah in jail. But Sarah, the defendant laughs, but Sarah wants this to be streamed. And she, in her defense, has been nowhere near the microphone until now it's actually facing them. This whole thing is going to be a massive debacle. This was not something that like everyone was on board with. This man doesn't care. And like, but we care. We care. We want this.
And this date, February 24th, 2020, is a Monday. A normal work day for most people. School day for their child that they share in common.
But to be fair, the closed captioning is pretty on point.
But after they got divorced, the arrangement was every other weekend, Joe co-parent. And that weekend included Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it's got free schedule. And Monday through Tuesdays, their child would be her responsibility. Wednesdays and Thursdays, their child would be Mr. Brian Boone's responsibility. So February 23rd, 2020 was a Sunday. Now we've led into Monday. Mr. Boone had been trying actually to contact the defendant a couple times that morning. He just wanted to confirm she was going to get their child after school every day. And there had been a history of reliability issues on that issue with her part. So you will see in the phone record, he calls her. Then she finally calls him back instead of calling 911. And being the nice co-parent that he is, he comes over. It's a short drive. Explaining to him what the heck is going on. He peeks in through the front door of her townhouse, which allows you a view all the way to the back sliding glass door. You're going to see that her kitchen is off to the right. There's a doorway that you can see all the way through. And on the back side of the kitchen in the breakfast room area, there's tables and stuff. There's also some blue legs sticking out in view. Brian Boone says, "Check, please. You need to call 911. He doesn't set foot into that townhouse. He does wait outside, though. Being the good co-parent that has. So now, after having first called her ex-husband, after having first waited for Brian Boone to come over, the defendant makes 911 call.
Okay, I think he's heading back to the microphone, so I just need to turn the volume back down a little bit.
What you will not hear are tears. You will not
Let me know
hear
how that
sorrow.
is.
You will hear a certain level of concern. My boyfriend and I were playing last night. Put him in a suitcase, and we were playing hide and seek kind of thing. I fell asleep. Found him dead in the suitcase this morning. I don't know what happened. He had blood coming out of his mouth. Don't know if it was an aneurysm. Pulled him out of the suitcase, tried to give him CPR. He was in the suitcase, and I fell asleep. He's not awake. He's purple. He's not breathing. There's some instructions about how to do CPR given to her, asking about whether an AED is available to shock his heart. It's too late. He's cold. He's stiff. He's purple. We were playing hide and seek. This is horrible. This is horrific what happened. Like, what happened? We were playing hide and seek last night, and I fell asleep. So she mentions that there was blood coming out of his mouth. And his body, like all bodies in suspicious deaths, was taken to what the doctor found was what they expect left in the case, probably on the fetal position. He passed from positional asphyxiation, meaning like you're not going to get full breaths when you're crumpled up like an abortion, and environmental suffocation. You don't have to have a plastic bag over your head, tape shut with a full roll of duct tape to seal it off 100%, or get back enough space to environmentally suffocate. It's close enough. You can't get the oxygen and CO2 coming in and out of your environment. But she also did notice, suffering blunt force trauma, torso, his face, his mouth. She'll use word contusion, will help her explain contusions and bruises. words like hematoma will help her understand for you all that means bleeding under the skin and blood. But it had all this additional trauma. It made trauma on his fingers as well. So now,
Some horrific game of hide and seek. Yeah. The sound was great. And then he moved. Why did he move?
A few hours later, the detectives from the homicide unit at the Orange County Sheriff's Office approach her and are ready to interview her after doing some initial things, which includes grabbing her cell phone off a counter that was found on a suitcase of Mr. Torres, giving it to one of their digital forensic examiners. Here's one later in the trial. But it's time to give a first interview with the defendant. So they do a first interview with the defendant in one of their unmarked detective patrol cars there on the scene. And the basics of this remain the same, but there's a little more elaboration, as you would expect from trained detectives versus getting the 911 call taken. But the basics of what the defendant tells them is we had wine, we painted, we drew, we did puzzles. The particular wine we had was a Chardonnay from the Woodbridge winery. The bottles, plural, are in the trash. We started about 4 p.m. after Mr. Torres went to the store. Puzzles, art, listening to music, enjoying each other's company. We were literally just enjoying one another's company. The other bottle of wine that was left over from Bohr wasn't even half full. So the description she is saying is 1 bottle of wine and plus a fraction of a bottle of wine left over from the night before. Ladies and gentlemen, not all bottles of wine are made the same. Many of us may envision what you would expect at a restaurant. Those are 750s, 750 milliliters of that. Bottles of wine that were recovered.
Okay. Sorry. The internet was slow. I just wanted to pause it
1.5 liters.
and let it come back.
The equivalent of 2 standard bottles of wine. A 1.5 liter bottle of wine is 50 ounces. Given that standard serving of wine is 5 ounces, you can begin to do the math. And there's receipts. The day before, Saturday, February 22nd, 2020, there is a receipt from Publix for a bottle of Woodbridge wine for $9.74. And then Sunday at 12:17 p.m., there is another receipt for $9.74 for a Woodbridge Chardonnay bottle of wine. And then at about 5:30 in the afternoon on February 23rd, again, there is another receipt for the same bottle of wine for the same price. And those 2 bottles of wine were recovered. They're going to be produced to you in evidence, and you will see that they are, in fact, Magnum bottles of wine. So that's the context that we're dealing with when we hear things like, we only had 1 bottle of wine, and we finished what was left in the bottle of wine from before. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's 2 1.5 liters that apparently were consumed by a 103-pound man and the defendant, who is in the same weight class. Plus, if you believe that the defendant and the decedent would leave leftover wine from any given day, any additional wine that was remaining from the 1.5 liters from Saturday. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a lot of wine.
That's
that
a lot
context,
of
we were just
wine.
having wine, enjoying each other's company. At one point, we play hide and seek. She says she didn't zip it up all the way. There was enough room, in her words again, there was enough room for his little fingers to get out. We were still having a good time and whatever. And basically, Mr. Torres is stressing out about jobs, his ex-wife, about money. And so they're just doing puzzles and doing things to keep his mind off of it, doing art, playing with dogs, dancing with the dogs, playing hide and seek. We were always trying to outdo each other where we could find each other the best.
Puzzles don't keep my mind
When
off
they
of
started playing
anything.
hide and seek, she went up to the shower and then got tired of hanging out in the shower and came down. And that's when she found him playing around in the suitcase. We both thought it was funny. I'm going to zip you up. 2 little fingers could stick out. And she went upstairs thinking, he'll get out. We're going to have sex and go to sleep and call it a day. It was a good day.
All
She
that
insists
wine and
that
y'all
they
are
had
still
wine, but
gonna.
we're not drunk. You will be able to assess that for yourselves when you hear the recording she made. No ill will between us last night. Last argument, maybe last week. Don't really argue. We came home, drink, smoke, did art, listen to music, play with the dogs. We drink what we can afford. We used to be able to afford liquor, but now we can only afford wine.
How about you
That's
don't
how that
drink
day
and
ends
then
with
you
the
have
police.
all of them?
She goes and sleeps. She stays
No
at
judgment.
her husband's house the night of February 24th. What they are doing, and by they I mean Warren County Sheriff's Office in part, that's when they discovered the 2 videos that I just described for you. And there's other things in the phone, which I will discuss with you in a little bit. But she's summoned in for another interview, and she sits down and gives another interview on February 25th, now Tuesday. She does describe past instances of violence. You're going to hear about that. She's going to say, Mr. Torres had hit her with a curtain rod about a month ago. Since then, though, we've been good. I've been good. She describes that he comes at her all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or I try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. I don't know if you talk to Brian, her husband, about any of that, but most of the time I flee and I go over there. There's a discussion about why she stays with him, and you'll hear that for yourself. She will say that she doesn't really want to drink. She just takes an occasional drink. She drinks to placate him, Mr. Torres. She says that you're going to see phone videos of Mr. Torres smashing her TV in the past, like a month earlier. You may see that too. But she doesn't get drunk. When she drinks, she likes being non-compos mentis, her words, not mine, having her wits about herself. Then she gets to the hide and seek again and describes that they've played it 3 times before. But had never.
Okay, this is hard to hear because he's doing. She claims this. She claims this. She claims this. And we're gonna prove all of these things, lies, this, that. This is. But the thing that got me is I don't drink to get drunk. I swear to God, if this internet goes out one more freaking time, I don't drink to get drunk. I like to keep my wits about me. Is a very difficult thing to say to a lot of people. Because there's the instant recognition of, so then why do you drink? So why drink at all? And then you have to have that internal conversation with, we have this evidence of, was he forcing her to drink? Is there the abuse there? So this is, it's a little boring. I think we're still at 1.5 or 1.25. And she's still talking a little slow for my liking. But I think he's doing a pretty good job so far. He's doing things. He's setting it up. This is what she's claiming. This is what she's saying. Here's the things you're going to see. And let's give you this other line of sight into the reality of what was going on, into the reality of what happened.
Never zipped one another shut in it before. And they were really just running out of places to hide because it's just a townhome. She does not remember, according to her, she does not remember taking any photos or videos of the night's events. At this point, they ask her, well, would you like to see it? And she says, I can't watch this. I flipped him over, and that's where it was. Guys, this is killing me right now. That's why I flipped it over between the two videos. I didn't do anything intentional. Discussion over whether he had enough room to get any of his fingers out from the zipper. My intention
We're
was
going
not
to hear
to
a
leave
lot
him there.
about
We both got in there. Both of us were in
fingers,
there.
hands that got out of the suitcase.
When she went upstairs, my plan was not to, quote, he'll be up here any minute. My plan wasn't to leave him in the suitcase. Why is all this going on? It's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought he was okay. Guys, that's how we were with each other. Nobody understands our relationship. This whole suitcase thing never happened before. Though she described it happening before. I'll never drink alcohol again.
I'll never drink
She insists
alcohol
that she has no
again.
injuries on her. And you don't have to take her word for it because they took photographs of her and there were no injuries on her. She insists over and over that there was no violence that day. It's like, okay, we're in a good place right now. Ask her about saying fuck you to Mr. Torres. Well, that's just being playful and having a good day. Everybody's having a good day. I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me. Her words.
Having a
else
history
is
of
found
abuse,
on her
but
phone?
no immediate history of abuse, like within the last 2, 3,
There's a
4,
conversation
5
between
days.
Mr. Torres's brother. And again,
Nobody
nobody knows who's
for
using
the
these phones
jury.
at the time text messages are sent in these records that you're going to see. But it's indicated that there's a communication between one of the decedent's brothers and the owner of the phone that was taken that belongs to Ms. Boone. The text from the brother is, yo, my daughter told me what you did, Sarah. I don't want you around any of my daughters or nieces, nephews. And that's Christmas 2019, just under 2 months before this event. She replies, or the person using her device at this time, ugh, your quote unquote dad hit me in the face. Next text is, hide and seek, I shall.
Whoa.
January 13th, there's another heated discussion. She describes it on January 13th in a text to Mo, the brother again. It's a Torres thing. Boo.
It's a Torres
Sends a
thing.
picture. Keep the fugly creep out too. It's still fugly. Lose. The brother responds, please do something with yourself, Sarah. God bless you. The defendant's response, and bless you and all of you too. I'll get, in all capitals, rid of him. Then it'll be, in all capitals, better. Ugh, Torres. Referring to Mr. Torres, getting rid of. And that's the case. That's what the evidence is going to show.
Bruh.
But we, state board and members of the jury in our jury, we're all going to come up to the door that says, danger, keep out, stay away, my court order. And that court says, then it's just the door, you shall not enter without permission, invitation. Halloween in like 13 days. Part of the vampire lore is vampires can't come get you in your house.
Let me just pause because he just said Halloween is in 15 days. And you know what I just thought about? What if these jurors had Halloween plans? What if they had like group costumes for like work planned? And now they're not going to be there. This would be the worst timed. If I was to be on jury duty, this would be the worst time jury duty for me if I got on the jury. Halloween is like my Christmas. This makes that would suck if you had like a full Halloween like party thing planned and you had to go to work in your group costumes and it was like all the things. Or if like you're in college, you don't have to be in work. You don't have to go to work. Imagine being such a loser that your boyfriend's family tells you to grow up and do something with your life and not in a nice way. Imagine like having the thought of like, if my boyfriend's family said that to me, I'd be like, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. like full moment of reflection. That's just having a good day. Now the jury can dress up and come to court. Come in tracksuits. T-Rex suits or like the blow up ones. The second biggest tragedy of this whole thing, missing Halloween, sad face. I know. I mean, they could still go out on the night. What's Halloween on a Thursday? I think Halloween's on a Thursday. 111 Make a Wish. Halloween is on a Thursday. Whew. You can't party on Halloween because you got to go to court in the morning. It's so sad. Poor them. I mean, also, like, rest in peace to the decedent, but.
And as we come inside this room, at her balcony, we are going to have things pointed out that she would like us to focus on. And you're going to hear the first night the defendant met the decedent, Mr. Torres, he smashes her phone, punches her. The first time in her life she ever been punched. And he made her curl up in a fetal position on her own porch for 4 hours. She was only able to escape this situation and he fell asleep. I expect that you're going to hear that Mr. Torres is an alcoholic. I expect you may hear his high score. Blood alcohol level was a 342 once when he got treated at the hospital. This is a man who has serious alcohol problems, and I expect you're going to hear about this. Despite that first date, and this is going to tie into some other things that I expect to possibly happen. Despite that first date, despite at that point in time of this first date not having a relationship, emotional ties, the things that come along with a relationship that make it harder to break off a relationship. It's one thing to have a bad first date, it's another thing to end a 25-year marriage. Despite that first date, there's a second and a third. Now these dates are at bars, and there's nothing wrong with that. But and it just typically ends up she's going to tell you, I suspect, or you're going to hear that she said, I'm married. It's one thing or the other. Like I ask a dude for a cigarette, of course flips out, and I'm going to pay the price. Things like that. You're going to hear, potentially see, yes, there were injuries that the defendant is going to attribute to the victim causing. Black eyes, cuts in the face, perhaps with a curtain rod incident that was mentioned in the police interview about a month ago. Bloody ear, a stab wound in the leg, which is perhaps described as sword fight playing around.
I can tell the prosecution is going a little bit off book here, and he's deliberately marking and noting every single picture that the defense tried to get in with their demonstrative. So he's specifically covering those pictures that we just had the entire hearing about. Like the random, hey, they have demonstratives, and the prosecution is like, oh yeah, so thanks for jarring my memory on all of these photos, because we have a crap ton of photos, we have a crap ton of just pieces of evidence. There's so many pictures. So let me just mark these very specific ones real quick. I mean, it might have been part of the plan, but I feel like this is a little off book.
But nonetheless, I suspect you're going to hear and see a lot about their past history. And at the end, if this occurs, if this comes in, the state is going to have the opportunity to take the lead of the tour in this room labeled the defendant and the victim's past history. And I'm not going to go into that now. If this all comes to fruit, blooms on the tree during the trial, we'll discuss it at the end where it's more appropriate.
The analogies.
Not rush to judgment. We hear all of the evidence in the case. And then apply whether or not the circumstances have anything to do with what happened on the other point. Now, like the home inspector, there are experts who come in and kind of help walk everybody through this room labeled the defendant and the victim's past relationship. I suspect there's a chance you may hear spouse syndrome. The state is not.
Battered spouse syndrome.
Well recognized, the experts will tell you all about it. Not disputing that at all. But there's some things that we would hope that you pay attention to during all the testimony, if there is any, about this subject matter. One is that
If there
it's
is any.
actually a recognized diagnosis in the Bible that they use in mental health called DSM-5. Diagnostic Statistical Manual, version 5. It's text revision, something like that. What it is and what they describe it as is kind of a component of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. But because it's not actually in the book, it's like a recipe book. It's like our statute books for lawyers. You go into this book and say you have a particular disorder diagnosis. It'll say, well, all these three elements, like elements of crime, some of these elements have to be prevalent for a certain amount of time, so on and so forth. You have this book, gives you the recipe for a diagnosis. But because it's not in the cookbook, you may get some disagreement about what it means between experts. It's kind of like grandma's recipe handed down from generation to generation.
Okay, so him claiming that battered spouse syndrome is not its own sort of standalone mental health diagnosis. So it's a little bit of it's a part, an aspect, something that can happen when it comes to like a PTSD situation. So it's not a fully recognized standalone diagnosis on a person when it comes to their mental health status. So we're going to hear about that. There might be some, there might, that's going to be a very interesting conversation, especially just inside of the realm of mental health being so extremely important right now. Like there's just so many, let's back to this. Mental health is good. Good mental health is good. Bad mental health is difficult from all angles.
In certain abusive relationships that are violent, to understand control that can be exerted over an individual partner by the other one, isolation, psychological violence, emotional violence, physical violence, sexual violence, which I suspect will be described for you as well, perpetrated on her by the deceased. You'll hear about all this. And what it ties into at the end of the day, we talked about this during jury selection. If there is a self-defense instruction read to you, this is to help you understand what an objective and reasonable person in the circumstances would do. Because years ago, we've gotten better as a society. Years ago, when this was early in research, the question would be, well, why don't you leave? Battered spouse syndrome, the testimony from the experts help explain those things to people. Well, it's not that easy. You got to look at what's going on in the relationship, isolation, control, so on and so forth. That explains why. Well, now, returning to the facts of our case, what you're going to decide the facts are is ordinary, objective, reasonable person in those circumstances can use actions if you get self-defense instruction. That's what it's used for. It's not used for explaining subjective beliefs that one holds. But you will also hear about these things in this, just like any other doctor or any expert, a home inspector. If a home inspector's report was based solely on the person who's trying to sell that house, what they say about the house, great shape. I rewired the entire thing. Brand new JDC pipes. This sucker's good to go. It's right for this. You're not going to take that home inspector's report. Let's say, lift the hood, take the tires, do all the things that the Fox on your car has done.
What? I thought my analogies were terrible. He just combined a car and a house analogy. I thought mine were awful. But that was I mean, I would do it. I think we're getting a little lost in the sauce here. There were really strong moments. Let's wrap her up.
They say, yeah, you gotta take into account the credibility of the person who's giving you the story. Even if it's the patient, the client that is saying all these things happen to her. You gotta find corroborative information, you gotta check the liability. Particularly, circumstances that we discussed. Another thing that they're going to tell you is, just because there's a bunch of violent nonsense going on between two intimate partners, doesn't mean that that's not syndrome applies. Some people can go home and fight like cats and dogs. That's just their day, and they get over it, they live their life fighting them. Their cycle just spins like that. So just because you hear about those things, what the experts tell you, doesn't mean that it necessarily applies. If this testimony comes in, I expect that Dr. Hart will say that it applies. But we'll talk to her about what she relied upon to make that conclusion. We'll talk about some other things. We'll take that journey together. But at the end of the day, after you hear all of the evidence in this case, particularly straight from the horse's mouth, the video, where you don't have to rely upon the credibility of anything other than your own two eyes and your own ears, the statements that you're going to return a guilty verdict for second-degree murder. The evidence is going to show is that the defendant killed Mr. Torres because she decided he deserved it. Not because the evidence shows objective, reasonable person for circumstances.
All right.
Mr. J, any opening remarks?
Okay, kill Mr. Torres because she decided he deserved it. Incredible closing line. Incredible. Incredible. Well done. Were there moments where I thought he slipped, like with grabbing and holding on to the jury's attention? Yeah, of course. For me, it was when he wasn't standing in front of the microphone. But anywho, and I fear that the defense's opening arguments are going to be worse when it comes to audio. But we're going to take a little break before we hear the defense. We've been going for about 2 hours, so take a little break, a little stretch, and then we will play the defense and continue on with the day in court. I don't know how far they'll get before they take their own little break, because this is East Coast time. It is 1:30, so I don't know, but we're gonna take, I say, like a 15 20-minute break. I'm gonna put on a quick break. I think it's kind of loud, so turn your volume down. I will put in the chat. What time is it? 1:24. We'll be back at 1:45. How's that? Back at 1:45. Okay. Turn your volume down, and we will be right back. Thank you. I finished my coffee. I'm back early. Good thing that I didn't say anything important. I was just showing my Bob's Burger stickers on my hydro flask. Hydro flask, yeah. But can you see it? I don't think you can. I spill water all over my computer. All right, we are on to the defense opening statements. How do we think the prosecution did? Now that we've had some time to kind of process it. I love Bob's Burgers. It's my go-to if I can't think of anything else to like just put on in the background of my day. Bob's Burgers. I think the prosecution did pretty good. It's not one of those, and we're going to prove that she planned this out and and she did this and she made sure she did this and she hit this and it's not one of those. It's not one of those cases. It's one of those, she made this decision, either do or not do, to past history, abuse and all the things. And she did it. And she made this decision. She made the spur of the moment decision to not unzip the suitcase. She didn't plan him getting into the suitcase. She didn't plan zipping up the suitcase, and she didn't plan like step by step. She didn't go out of her way to to get rid of her phone and delete out all of this evidence and and move the suitcase and all these things. She did terrible things, but that's why this is a murder too, and not first degree. So let's hear what the defense has to say. I'm praying that they use the microphone.
By the defense.
Judge, can we invoke the rule? It has been.
I've already advised the witnesses.
Okay, the rule sequestration will be invoked. Thank you. You may proceed, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Appreciate y'all being here.
I'm already pissed. I'm upset. I'm upset right now. We cannot hear you, sir. You are all the way over there. You can see the very right above the box that I'm in. This is the jury box. We're not going to see the jury, obviously, but this is the jury box right here. They're back there. One, don't get that close. Especially, let me just say, when they were narrowing down and whittling away the prospective jurors, multiple accounts of sickness, multiple, hey, I tested positive for COVID has happened. Why do you don't have to be that close? This is a new day. This is a new dawn. You don't need to be getting that close to people. Oh, and I can't freaking hear you now. I'm so sorry, y'all.
Between Sarah Boone and Jorge Torres.
Thank you, Court
Sarah
TV.
Boone and Jorge Torres were down and out, as you can be. Their life centered around alcohol. Both of them suffered from, used to be called alcoholism, now it's called alcohol abuse syndrome. And so day to day, they struggle with the use of alcohol. You can imagine it. It affected their jobs. It affected keeping employment. It affected even getting a job. As codependent as you can be towards each other. And you're going to learn with all that was domestic violence. And that Jorge Torres physically abused Sarah Boone. And she suffered from the effects, the psychological effects that one suffers from repeat violence from an intimate partner. They were together over 3 years, and there were several prior incidences of violence. We've got the photographs. There were incidences where police were called who took photographs. So you're going to be able to see the evidence. And we believe the court will instruct you at the end when you're considering self-defense, which we call justifiable use of non-deadly force or justifiable use of deadly force, that you can consider the prior acts, the history of violence, the prior difficulties that the parties had, and considering her set of circumstances that she was faced with in making the decision to use reasonable force under the circumstances. And the most important thing I can tell you here today is keep an open mind. There's two sides to every story. You're going to hear the state's side in attempting to paint her a certain way, as they've done here today in opening statement. And then you're going to hear another side. And you're going to have to weigh that. All the evidence, the credibility of the witnesses, the photographs, the videotapes, and come to a conclusion. Now let's talk about this day, February 23rd of 2020, the date of this event. This case has been pending for some time. Here we are, October of 2024.
Yeah, I wonder why.
I think the evidence is going to show that they had purchased some wine the day before, but they hadn't finished all of that. So it was in the refrigerator. Many times that's how they start their day. At some point, you're going to see a video from Publix, from where they live. I believe it's Winter Park. But Publix was not too far from their apartment complex. And they took their car, they drove over there. So you're going to see a videotape from Publix of them both going in the store about noon, and they come out with one of those larger bottles of the wine. And then, of course, there's a receipt, and the bottles are in the garbage can. Of course, there obviously is an attraction between the two. And as everybody knows, couples can have great times where things click, everybody gets along, and then we can have episodes of disagreement. And how are those resolved? Really, that's what this is about. How are disagreements resolved?
Episodes of disagreement.
And you're going to hear the testimony about that. And that he cannot, in certain situations, he can be very charming. But when his level of intoxication gets to a certain level, is when he gets sad, moody, and a lot of times eventually it involved forcible sex with Sarah Boone or actual physical violence against her. They bought the wine. It's a simple life. They don't have much money, but they both like art. They did that for a while. They both like puzzles. They did that for a while. Well, about 5 or so, the wine bottle was gone. And George had said, I want to go get some cigarettes. So there's a convenience store right close by their apartment complex. And Sarah thought he was just going to walk over there and get cigarettes and come back. But no, what he did was he got her keys, he got her debit card, and he went over to the Publix and he got another bottle. I think that was about 5, something like that. And again, there'll be a Publix video showing him going in and going out, and there'll be a receipt for the purchase of that bottle, and then there'll be that bottle will be in George's can along with the other bottle. Well, when he comes in with the second bottle, Sarah knows this is not good. She knows this means he's going to get to another level of intoxication. So Sarah's concerned. So she attempts to placate
Drink
him,
them.
keep him busy, keep him in a good mood. They drink that bottle. Well, she drinks as well. And at some point, they're intoxicated at a high level. As some people do when they're drunk.
Okay. All right. I'm I knew I wasn't gonna have fun with this one, but do you hear it too? Mr. Jackson was pretty iconic for sure. Hello, if you're new here, my name's Lily. I am not a lawyer. But we like to talk about trial stuff. This is a tough one. This is a tough one for sure. We can get through it together. We'll get through it. It's hard to hear someone say, "Oh no, I'm mad." She was mad because he got another bottle of wine, and then you also drank more wine. So that's hard. That's a hard thing. It's hard for my brain to wrap around. Opening statements.
They get silly and they decide to play a game of hide and seek. She goes upstairs, their bedroom's upstairs, to the shower and waits for a period of time. And he doesn't come to her. At some point, she gets cold, she gets tired. She wants to go see, well, maybe we got it mixed up. Where is he? So she goes downstairs, and they had gotten a suitcase down a week or so ago. It's an old suitcase that they were going to donate to Helping Hands or Goodwill or somebody, and they were putting some items in there. And it's a broken down suitcase. It's a large suitcase. They both weigh about 100 pounds. And they don't eat good. Malnourished to a large degree.
Is there proof that she was malnourished, that he was also malnourished, or was he just a skinny guy?
And they attached a little paper clip that's got the rubber around it, and that's how they move back and forth. Well, she comes down the steps, she sees him getting in and settling in the suitcase. So she walks over there, and they see each other, they smile and laugh, and she zips him up. And she zips him up, and they laugh for a while. And they carry on. She sits on the couch, and at some point he says, "I can't breathe." Now his face is facing the zipper, and she's got 2 or 3 inches that she's opened it, and she doesn't know. You're intoxicated. She doesn't know whether he's just saying that to try to get her to get him out or what. But he's a captive audience. Physically, they're the same size, but he's much stronger than her. If they got in a fist fight, he would win 100 times out of 100. But she's got him now. He claims he can't get out. He has to sit and listen. It's a unique form of physical restraint. And so she lets him have it. Says things she shouldn't say. You'll see the video. It's about 2 minutes long. She videotapes it. She sits on the couch and turns her phone on and videotapes it for about 2 minutes. There's another video that's approximately 11 minutes later. The first video, the suitcase is flipped upside down. The zippers are off. 11 minutes later, Sarah has flipped it right side up. Again, open for him to get out. And it's only 22 seconds. And you hear George say, "Sarah." And that's it. Now, the key to the case is that 11 minutes. And what happened during that 11 minutes. Okay? That is the key to this case. Sarah Boone will take the stand. She will explain what happened.
doing a 2-hour episode on Dateline tonight at 9. Interesting. The Netflix special about it should be happening soon. Should be happening soon. There was the announcement that there will be a Netflix doc. The two voices are pretty similar. Mr. Owen's voice has a Southern twist, which I appreciate. We love a good little Southern twang in there, don't we? We love a little Southern twang. Oh, nice. I'll be watching. I'll probably watch it. Well, what did she say? Dateline? I think they'll be on Hulu the next day. Maybe. I don't have like live TV Hulu. I'm not paying all that money. Remember when Hulu was free? Okay, sorry. Let's get back.
She will explain why it happened. The evidence will
Will
show
explain.
that she was justified in the action she took to prevent an attack from George Torres, which the law acknowledges that every one of us has a right to invoke, the right of self-defense.
Let's get a group chat going. We'll get a group
You
chat
hear from the
going.
medical examiner. She is going to tell you about some bruising on George Torres. Of course, he was in the suitcase a while, deceased, we believe. And that changes things a little bit, as the medical examiner will explain, but there's some bruising. Sarah's going to explain that to you, why that happened, what were the circumstances surrounding that, involving with that. Her son comes and stays with him from time to time. He has his own room. He has several of his things there, and there's a bat downstairs. The same bat that George Torres used, and there's a video where George is threatening Sarah, and he's swinging the bat at the TV about as hard as he can. And he does it about 6 or 7 times. You'll see it. Sarah's recording it. And it's during an argument, and he's trying to intimidate her. Sarah loved you.
What?
You know, you're going to hear why women don't leave. Why women don't leave.
Did he say
You're
Sarah
gonna
loved
hear
him?
about Sarah Boone and her struggles, her mental health struggles. Sarah had no intent to kill. The prosecutor mentioned she wanted him to die. Farthest from the truth, she loved her man. She hated the abuse. She couldn't leave him. She tried. She tried kicking him out 6 or 7 times. He kept coming back. She changed the locks. He kept coming back. She didn't have the family. She didn't have the support. She was weak, vulnerable. You're going to hear it all. You got to take that all into account.
This is good. This is great. What he just did in these last 15 seconds, that was great. Changed the locks. He kept coming back. Da, 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 da. She was doing this. Da, da, da. She couldn't leave it. Give us all of that. Give the jury all of that. That is great. He's able to do it. If you are able to do it, the more of that you get in, the better for your case. But Sarah has to comply on the stand. Sarah has to tell the right story, use the right words, because there are so many different interviews that she is going to be constantly impeached by the prosecution while she is put on the stand by her lawyers. She is going to be continually impeached with, that's funny that you say this now, because in this interview on this date with the police, you said this. And then in this interview with this date with the police, you said this. And then in pre-trial hearings, you said this. This is great. It is very important to know all of the ways that she tried to get rid of him, to know all the ways that she tried to leave, the lack of family, the lack of support, the lack of money, the lack of mental health stability, the lack of physical health, abilities to get physical, health help, the lack of ability to overcome alcoholism, the lack, the physical strength, the threat, all of that is fantastic for your case, but it has to be done right or it will be falling on deaf ears. Because the prosecution is going to hit hard. Prosecution has been working this case for 4 years. 4 years. Oh.
To try to understand what happened and the circumstances surrounding this tumultuous relationship. Now, you're going to find that Sarah's not perfect. And, she goes, as many of us do when we drink too much, and you sleep in. She slept in. 11, 12, 1, somewhere around there. She moseys downstairs looking for George. She thought he was on the computer looking for a job. She looked outside, maybe he's out smoking a cigarette, and she sees a suitcase.
Yeah, but we're missing a lot of a time frame there between when she walked away when he was still in the suitcase and then fell asleep and then woke
She
up.
unzips it. She gets him out. He's purple. She tries her best to do some CPR. She freaks out. The only family she's got is her ex-husband, really. She relies on him. As the prosecutor said, a lot of times she'll flee to her ex-husband's house. And her son is there, Lucas. It's the only thing she knows to do. She was kind of a sheltered daughter when she was younger. She's smart, but she's not worldly. She calls Brian. What do I do? He said, I'm coming over. Please come over. He's about 5 minutes away. And she calls him again within a couple of minutes. Yeah, I'm on the way. He gets there. He walks in the foyer and sees his legs. And she called 911. She calls 911 within a minute, 2. Detective Rodriguez arrives. They got the body cam now, so it's recorded. So you're going to hear Sarah talking. But Sarah's freaking out. Sarah's thinking, and I'm somehow responsible. Eventually, she gives a statement to law enforcement. She gives one to Detective or Deputy Rodriguez. Of course, she's not the homicide investigator. She's just responding. She's the first responder.
Keyword eventually.
They assess the situation. They start putting the tape out, and then they call for the homicide investigators to come, which takes a little time. So she gets a statement from Sarah. Eventually, the homicide detectives get a statement from Sarah and one of the unmarked squad cars, and it's recorded. You hear that. And then the next day, they take Sarah's phone. Sarah gives them the phone, signs the consent to take the phone, take it to. They have a phone extraction people at the sheriff's department where they can take out all the data, all your phone calls, text messages, photographs, videos, all that. And they find these 2 videos. Sarah's not aware. She doesn't remember making the video. You can imagine. She gives them the phone. Well, she makes no attempts to do anything other than, here's the phone. So they tell her, you're going to get your phone back tomorrow. We'll bring it back to you tomorrow. Well, they end up having a conversation with the female detective, homicide detective, Hobson, is her name, Chelsea Hobson. And they end up, Deputy Hobson was pregnant, or Detective Hobson was pregnant. They said, hey, we're not going to bring your phone. I'm not feeling good. Pregnant. Can you come to the sheriff's department? Which Sarah Boone was telling you that was what I was going. That's what they told me I was going to the sheriff's department for. Well, instead, it was an interrogation. And they were going to arrest her. They made their mind up on it. And they were going to confront her and try to get her to confess based on the 2 videos. And so there's approximately a 2-hour interrogation that was on the 25th in the afternoon when she got there to get her phone. They said, well, we got to come up here. We need to talk. And they got her in the room. It's a small room, but it's being videotaped and audio taped. And it goes on for about 2 hours of them trying to get a confession to murder.
That's what cops do.
But Sarah lies. She's scared. She can tell they're trying to pin her on this, that this was some kind of intentional act, and it was not. So she lies. She's not a lawyer. She doesn't know about self-defense. She doesn't understand she has a lawful right to defend herself. She doesn't understand that she's justified in using the force that she used. She doesn't. I wasn't there to advise her. No lawyer was there. So she lied. And you're going to hear that.
This is this is hard. This is hard. He was doing really well. Now this is hard. She's not a lawyer. No, nor did she ask for one, and she waived all her rights during that interrogation. This was an issue in hearings leading up to trial as well. Her Miranda rights and all the things being read and all that stuff, and her understanding and giving up her rights to a lawyer and answering questions that the police were asking her in an interrogation, which a 2-hour interrogation, yes, can seem long, but in my opinion, I've seen hours long interrogations, not like hours, like multiple day interrogations. Like this is okay, yeah, just 2 hours to figure out why this man is no longer alive.
So you're going to have to balance that versus her taking the stand and testifying before you. And we simply ask that you look for the evidence of cooperation of her testimony. It's going to be later, probably next week. The judges will tell you in reading instruction on evaluating a witness's credibility. And they'll talk about corroborative evidence, other evidence that's consistent with the testimony that Sarah Boone gave. So you're going to have to weigh that in her testimony. Now, self-defense, we talked about it in jury selection, usually a gun, some deadly weapon. The suitcase in this case was a physical restraint or a blocking of an attack, but it was unconventional. Self-defense, nonetheless. Now, as I said,
that's going to be a hard one. It's going to be a hard one, I think, because was there immediate threat that encouraged Sarah Boone to zip up the suitcase to block the threat? And how can someone who is inside of a suitcase enough so that it could be zipped up considered a threat? And that's how I think the majority of people are going to immediately see. It's going to take work from these defense attorneys to prove, to make it understandable by the jury, to recognize that him just existing has and continued to be a threat to her. That if she unzipped that suitcase, imminent threat, danger, abuse, violence. But it's getting over that hurdle of the man was inside a suitcase enough that he probably, he laid down in the suitcase. She was able to zip it. He did not zip the suitcase himself. If he was laying down in what seems to be, in my brain, I haven't seen pictures or anything, but what I'm assuming to be a very tight, curled up fetal position inside of a suitcase, how is that threatening? And why would zipping it up block the non-existent threat? So the battered spouse syndrome theory is that whatever she did in that moment, he would be a threat to her because he's been drinking and the history. It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be tough for sure. And my internet is being wonky, so I will just give it a moment before I start playing again. Wow, yeah, that's going to be a tough one. Let me know how you feel about it as we continue.
The struggles that occurred, many of them involve the police. So you're going to actually hear from some of the police officers. Maybe some body cam footage. You're going to see some photographs that they took of the injuries to Sarah Boone. And some of the videos you may see of her in a very happy, joyful type of thing. Well, number one, she's intoxicated. Number two, she's safe. Police are there. So her attitude is not one of distress. You know, we're here today, it's full packed courtroom. Judge Craven's here, but you're the most important people. Because you've got to decide this case honestly, fairly, and according to the law. And we talked about the two biggest principles from the Constitution that apply. In this case, and in every case in which a citizen like Sarah Boone is brought into a courtroom accused of a crime. The first is, you as a juror must presume or believe that Sarah is innocent. And that belief stays with you throughout the entire trial. Because of that, she doesn't have to prove anything. That's why the state went first in jury selection. That's why the state went first today. That's why the state will go first putting on their case. They have the burden of proof, and it's the highest burden we recognize in any type of litigation in this country. Proof beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. You are going to have doubts about this case. But the most important thing is not to rush the judgment, to keep an open mind and understand there's two sides to this case. There's their side and there's our side. So you can't form any fixed opinions early on. That's hard to do, as Mr. Henderson said in jury selection. That's extremely hard to do. Now you're going to hear some testimony. There's been mention of experts. Battered women's experiences affect her perception of imminent danger. Battered women's experiences affect her perception of imminent danger. Victims of repeat violence may fear death in a situation others would not. After hearing both sides of this case, we're confident you're going to have a reasonable doubt. And we're going to ask you to follow the law and do justice in this case. And find Sarah Boone not guilty, because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can the parties approach for a moment?
Oh boy. All right. Battered women's experiences may fear death when others do not. Strong ending. Prove it. Not prove it, but was this one of those times? Was this really one of those times? And I don't want to diminish Sarah's personal experiences and her abuse. When I ask these questions, I'm just thinking we don't know. We just got opening statements. We don't know. I'm just going to, we don't know Sarah. We don't know the story. This is what we're being told. We were told one instance in opening statements by both parties that Torres
State,
took back.
you may call your first witness.
State recall Juan Torres.
To a television. and that she had a bloody ear once. So like we need more to like fully grasp the history of the abuse. All right, witness number one, the prosecution's case is up. Let's go. Let's do this.
Sir, good morning. You can be seated. And once seated, if you could state and spell your name for the record for us, please.
Juan Torres, Juantorres.
Thank you, sir. You may inquire, Mr. Cacciatore.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell us how it is that you know George Torres?
He's my older brother.
And how many siblings do you have?
6 or 7.
And how long has your family resided here in the Central Florida area?
20 plus years.
And before residing in the Central Florida area, were you guys in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania?
Yes, sir. In Massachusetts.
Your brother, how often, your brother George, that is, how often would you talk with him?
Often we talk, say, on a weekly basis.
And how far away did you live from George?
About 5-10 minutes. Very close.
Would you see him pretty often?
I would try not to go over there too much.
Who was George living with at the time that he passed away?
Wait, Sarah?
And without getting into many details, what was your relationship?
He said, I try not to go over there very much. Why? Why didn't you want to go 5-10 minutes away to see your brother and his girlfriend that he was with for a couple years?
Relationship like was it?
We didn't really have a relationship.
Would it be fair to say you didn't get along with her?
Yes.
Okay.
Back on February 23rd, 2020, did you have an occasion to talk to your brother on that day?
Yes, sir.
And when you spoke with your brother on that day, did you FaceTime with him or did you speak with him over the phone?
We talked on the phone.
Was that phone to your ear or was that phone?
It was on speaker.
And who was present?
My wife and my 2 kids.
And without telling us anything that George may have said to you, can you tell us what the topic of that conversation was?
We were just talking like we normally did. He just calling me to check on me, basically.
Now, in the background of that conversation on the evening of February 23rd, 2020, what did you hear?
Sarah's in the background yelling.
And you recognized her voice?
Yes.
What was she yelling about?
Something about choking or how he choked her. I really don't. That was it.
About how long was this conversation that you had?
Maybe 10 minutes, I think it was.
How did the conversation end?
Because she was yelling in the background, so that was it.
Did she sound upset?
She sounded upset.
Did you talk to your brother after that conversation?
No, that was the last conversation I had.
Have you ever spoken to Sarah since that conversation?
No.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Okay. Okay. Can we move a little quicker?
Good morning, sir.
Mhm.
In the beginning, when you started, it was hard for me to hear, but I know you were talking about other siblings, other family members that you had here. Could you repeat that for me, please?
Here in Orlando, I have one sister and three brothers.
Sister and three brothers?
Yes, sir.
Now, did your brother George Torres, did he ever stay with you at any time?
No,
Would he ever live with you or any of, I mean, not you, but any of your other siblings?
no.
All right, sir, let's go back to this phone call that you were talking about that was on February 23rd of 2020. And that phone call was approximately 7:30. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who called to?
He called me.
And then y'all were talking. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when he called you, did you notice anything about his speech or his voice?
No, he was fine.
Sounded normal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he wasn't slurring his words or anything like that?
No.
By the way he talked or what he talked to you about, could you tell at that time if he had been consuming alcohol?
What? Whoa.
Because I knew when he would drink.
Okay. So in your opinion at that time,
Okay.
based on what you heard and what he was talking about, you do not believe he had been drinking alcohol?
No.
Now,
Okay.
you said you heard Sarah.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? How did you know it was Sarah?
I can tell her voice.
You recognized her voice. So you could hear her. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've heard Sarah speak before that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've heard her speak on the phone before that time. Is that correct? And you said that Sarah was yelling. Is that correct, sir? And she was yelling about, he's choking me. Or tell him about choking me.
Yes.
Okay. During that conversation, and you heard her say that, did you ask your brother, what is she talking about?
No, I did not.
Did that statement at that time, did that statement surprise you?
Not really.
You've heard it before?
No.
Okay. Okay.
Based
Family is
on
hard.
Sarah's voice that you've heard, was it any indication to you that she had been drinking?
No.
No? Sir, at some point, your brother said he had to go. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did he hang up on the conversation?
Yes.
And did he say bye and you say bye?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I don't have. If I can confirm.
You may, sir.
Sir, other than
Teamwork makes the dream work.
siblings, your mother and father, do they live in this area?
Yes.
Were there times that George would stay with them?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
A redirect examination.
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Actually, we'll keep them subject to recall, Your Honor.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
All right, sir. You're released subject to recall by either party. Thank you.
State we call Devin Jamro.
All right. And next, family is hard. Family is hard. As they're coming up, I'm just going to pause it because it's loud. I feel so sorry for this man. He never imagined he'd be testifying about his brother's murder. Also, I really wish we had a better view of Sarah's face. Yes, me 2. I especially would have liked to see her face with Juan on the stand, because we've heard little bits and pieces of how his Jorge, I don't know if it's Jorge or George. They've been calling him Jorge. They've been calling him George. His family was not a fan of Sarah. Everyone was did not like her. So yes, it would have been good to see her face. She's the one who wanted the cameras show her. I also, it's hard because I like to see the witnesses, but with a witness like that, I would have liked to see how she responded, see what the jury sees with family. Family is triggering the most, like triggering for a lot of people. Yeah, she's, because there's been such insane back and forth between George and Jorge, and I have a feeling that it's Jorge, is what the family would have called him. I haven't heard anything from like the lawyer, or Emily D. Baker, who I love. I love EDB so much. I just want to be her friend. Like, EDB, Emily D. Baker, I love you. If you ever see me, can we please just go play Pokemon Go together? I just leveled up to 40. I'm so proud of myself. I've worked so hard. Yes to the face. She's got a nice Karen haircut from the back. All right, let's continue. Let's keep it moving along. I don't know where the best place to put me is. I guess up here for right now. All right. Let's get the next witness coming on up.
Sir, good morning. You can take a seat and please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Devin Jamro. That's DevinJamro.
Thank you. You may inquire, sir.
Sir.
Okay.
I work for Public Supermarkets.
I'm sorry. If you're wearing earbuds, I am so sorry. Holy crap. The leveling out of all this sound is really tough. He's right in the microphone.
And what is your position with Public Supermarkets?
I am the assistant store manager.
And at what location?
Currently the Castleberry location.
Were you at the location on Goldenrod and University Boulevard back in February of 2020?
Yes, I was.
Oh.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness which has been previously marked for identification as states D and been shown to defense?
D's and Delta?
D is in Delta.
Yes, you may.
Sir, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as states D. Could you use these scissors and open this and look at the contents of this package to yourself?
Sure.
Cut. We're going to see a receipt, I'm guessing, from the first, maybe 2 receipts from the purchases of the bottles of one.
Sir, do you recognize those items?
I do, yes.
And tell us, what are these items?
Magnum.
These are Publix receipts.
Are these receipts evidence of transactions at Publix? Are they made at or near the time of each transaction?
They are absolutely made at the time of the transaction.
It's a great question. Why is a assistant manager at Publix handling evidence? Probably they. So my thought is that since there's video evidence of the purchase being made that's also timestamped that will correlate with the receipt, they don't need to like run fingerprints because there's video that followed Sarah and Jorge, and then just Jorge and Publix getting it, that it was probably approved that he would be able to handle these receipts because like sort of like fingerprint evidence isn't necessary. And he's probably the only one who can, they didn't want to get like a Publix, like official, like corporate person to like identify the information on the receipt that matches the Publix that they were actually shopping at. That's the only reason I could think. It is definitely strange for a civilian to handle evidence. For sure. Yeah.
Transaction.
And is it in the normal course of business that Publix keeps these receipts?
Yes.
And these fairly inaccurately appear to be the receipts from your Publix store?
Yep.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification that states D into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as states D will be received into evidence without objection to states 1.
It could also just be maybe copies that the state like taped up and stuff.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as states J and shown to defense?
You may.
So I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as states J. Can you take a look at that disc?
Yes,
Do you see your initials on that disc?
I do.
Did you have an opportunity to look at that disc prior to coming to court this morning?
I did. Yes.
And tell us.
I just want to say in the Johnny v. Heard case, we had mega pint of wine, which was like a big glass of wine, and now we have a Magnum bottle. And I think the two of them, it's just stupid freaking. Oh, sorry. I made a finger gesture that my camera didn't like because I have those stupid freaking things on. Oh my God, I swear to God. Oh my God. I'm fine. I am fine. So we had Mega Pint, and now we have, all I want to say is we had Mega Pint in Johnny v. Heard, and now we have Magnum bottle of wine in, what's her name? Sarah Boone.
Oh, what is that disc?
This is CCTV footage burned from the camera system at the location.
And at Publix, is it the regular practice of Publix to utilize surveillance cameras?
Yes.
And in the normal course of business, are the videos from those surveillance cameras kept?
Yes.
And are these the cameras taken from February 23rd, 2020? And I believe there's 2 video clips included, one at 12:17 p.m. and another at approximately 5:39 p.m.?
Yes.
And they fairly inaccurately represent the surveillance video that was submitted from Publix to law enforcement in this case.
They do. Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification that states J into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as states J will be received into evidence without objection to states 2.
And I have no further questions for this witness.
Any cross-examination? Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You're released.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Have a great day. Enjoy this beautiful weather. Oh, they're in Florida.
You may
Never
call your
mind.
next witness.
State we call Joan Williams.
All right, let's see what we got. One, 2. I'm going to try to keep full track of these witnesses. Okay, so we had a Publix assistant manager review the CCTV footage of the 2 same-day purchases of, I love that outfit, slay, of the Magnum bottles of wine.
Ma'am, good morning. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Okay.
Okay, Joan.
Joan Williams.
N. Williams, Williams.
Thank you, ma'am. Counselor, you may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you tell us what it is that you do for a living?
I'm a 911 call taker at Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you held that position?
24 years.
And tell us, what are your duties as a 911 call taker?
I answer phones for an emergency, non-emergency, medical, which I transfer to the medical side of the business.
And is it the regular practice of Orange County to record 911 calls?
All lines are recorded.
And is it the regular practice of Orange County to keep records of each of those 911 calls?
Yes.
And those records are made at or near the time of each call, correct?
Yes.
The real first responders, like not to take away from like firemen
Your
and
Honor, may I
police
approach the
and
witness with been
EMTs.
previously marked for identification that states L and been shown to defense?
May.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification that states L. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes. My initials.
Did you have an opportunity to review this disc prior to coming to court this morning?
Yes.
And those are your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does this disc, does it fairly and accurately represent the 911 call that you took in this case on February 24th, 2020 at 12:59 hours?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification that states L into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
It was pre-marked as states L will be received with no objection as states 3.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No, sir.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. The parties approach momentarily.
All right. As they approach, did they say no cross-examination? I was making notes. I'm trying to keep full like evidentiary notes, keep it all straight so that I can do as much going back into time as I need. Yes, 911 operators are like the legit first responders. They answer the phone when you call. They tell the police and EMTs and firemen and women and trucks and this and that's where to go. And they play such an incredibly crucial role to what is like our refined
State, you may call your next
emergency
witness.
system.
State will call Vincent Battaglia.
And so, mad respect. They take on so much trauma. They take on such intensity every day. They are hearing people experiencing the worst things in their lives ever. And they handle it. And I mean, well, like it's amazing. I'm
Sir,
going
you may
to
be
try
seated.
down here.
After you're seated, if you can state and spell your name for the record for us.
Vincent Battaglia, Vincent Battaglia.
Thank you. Sir, you may inquire.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell us what it is you do for a living?
Right now I work for an auto parts company,
And where do you live?
New Jersey.
Back on
Yeah.
February of 2020, where were you living at that time?
I was living at the Tealwood Apartments in Winter Park, Florida.
And what were you doing at that time when you were living at Tealwood?
I was enrolled in Full Sail University. I was in school.
Nice.
When you were living at Tealwood, did you have any roommates?
Yeah, I had one roommate, Brandon. Yeah, that was it. Them.
That's Brandon Motes?
Yes.
Did you have neighbors?
Yeah.
Were you neighbors with Sarah Boone and Jorge Torres?
Yes.
And approximately how long were you neighbors with them?
About a year, a little over a year. I moved there in January 2019.
And during the course of that year that you were neighbors with them, did you have occasion to interact with them at times?
Yeah.
In fact, did you ever go over to their home?
Yeah, like a couple times, yeah.
And I believe you tuned a guitar for a child there at the house?
Yeah.
This Tealwood apartment complex, how would you describe the walls that separated your units?
Thin,
like very thin walls.
And
Very thin
with those
walls.
walls being so thin, would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling coming from Sarah Boone and George Torres' apartment?
Yeah.
How often would you hear this?
Almost daily.
Oh.
Did Sarah Boone ever approach you about the things that you heard coming from their apartment?
Yes.
And where were you when she approached you?
I was smoking a cigarette on my back patio.
And approximately what time
It was
was this?
pretty late. I can't remember the exact time, but it was definitely anywhere between like midnight to 2 a.m., like right around there.
And do you remember how much before the date when the police called that this occurred?
A few months, like probably 4 to 5 months before that.
So 4 or 5 months before February of
2020.
2020.
Yeah.
And when she approached you on this late evening / early morning that day, what did she tell you?
Pretty much just kind of like if I do hear anything like through the walls or whatever is out back, just kind of keep my mouth shut. Like don't really speak about it or anything like that or say anything to anyone. And I just was like, okay.
Did she make any motions with her hands?
Yeah, like just kind of like, you know, finger over the lips, like kind of shh, like keep it hush, like that kind of thing.
So she told you not to report anything you may have heard about arguments or yelling or fighting, anything going on over there.
Yeah.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
I do, yeah.
And what about that evening sticks out to you?
That sticks out to me from that night was literally just there was a very, very loud noise that I heard that was loud and powerful enough to shake my bedroom wall. And I remember that because I was sitting on my bed on FaceTime with my girlfriend at the time, and I literally felt the wall shake and it stopped me mid-conversation. And she even asked me through the computer, what was that? And I was like, I have no idea.
Did you hear any yelling coming from their apartment on that night?
Before that, yeah, like it was just arguing kind of stuff.
What was the last thing you heard?
The last thing I heard was like the loud noise and just a little bit of shuffling, and that was kind of it. It just kind of went silent after that.
Did you hear anything that was being said?
Not clearly, and it was never really anything clear. It was just like you could hear arguing back and forth, just kind of like and kind of like an I hate you, like it's whatever it is, whatever the argument was about kind of thing. At the time, that's really all it was, but it was never really clear enough to hear like the full argument. And honestly, I never really paid attention too much to it. If I heard it, I kind of stepped into my living room to be further away from it.
That's fair.
Did you hear both the defendant's voice and also George Torres' voice?
Yeah. All the time.
There's two types of people in this world. Those who step into another room to not have to hear it or deal with it, and those who put their ear up against the wall to know what the hell's going on because they're nosy. Not like a morbid curiosity, but like, what are you fighting about now? You know, like y'all fight too much, y'all argue too much, y'all yell too much. And I know people who like, instead of having actual, like, instead of saying like, hey, this like made me a little upset, do you think we could talk about it? It's yelling, like or hey, how was your day? Hey, how was your day? Right. I'm in the second group. Right. And knowing what the argument is about. If it's like, I can't believe you burnt the toast again. Da 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 da. You know, like just you're just so lazy. That like that type of stuff. You probably wouldn't be as worried until you heard, you know, like this is how you make me feel when you cheat on me. Da, da, you know, like it tells you kind of how worried you should be, the noises you're hearing. Okay, I get Vincent. I get him. I get it. He's someone who didn't want to deal with it. She said, shh, keep a hush hush. whatever, live your life, deal your life. He was a student, he was going to school, he's probably got a lot of stuff going on. He wasn't living in the best place, so he probably didn't have a ton of money. It seems like he has moved to a completely different state, and he has a job, and hopefully that job is because of this education that he has, and he's making a crap ton of money. I want to know his tattoos also. But I would have been ears to the wall. And the moment someone said to me, keep it hush hush, I'd be like, I don't want to. Like, I don't want to keep it hush hush. I want to know what you're arguing about. I want to hear if you're safe. I want to know because I don't want the cops at my door. I don't want to deal with police. I don't want to see someone that I even know, let alone one of my friends or my family members in a crappy relationship. If there's things happening next door that need to be handled with police officers and you could assist in that in some way as a witness to some sort of arguing, fighting, possible abuse. I heard what sounded like slaps, massive bangs, glass breaking, things falling over, tumblings, like those types of noises. I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna call the police and get a wellness check on this family next door, because what the hell is going on? I don't know. But I get it. I get not wanting to hear it. I get not wanting to put up with it, because you see these two humans as adults. They have apartment. They have a car. They have things that they go out and do throughout the day. They seem like they tried to keep jobs or tried to get jobs. They may not have had jobs, but they're grown, right? But they weren't like mentally grown. They weren't like psychologically grown enough to not argue every damn day. So let's continue.
So it was like a back and forth.
So other than the statements and the phrases of I hate you, you weren't able to discern the contents of this argument?
No.
Were there any ows or that hurt? I don't like
What was
it
the
when you
last
do that
sound?
to me. That type
The
of
last
stuff.
sound that I heard was like the loud banging noise that it was like a very odd sounding noise that I've never heard before this day, but it very much sounded like it was like where my bed was positioned. It was kind of towards the back of the apartment, and it almost sounded like it was coming towards me, but like on the side of me, then it was just like a loud rumbling noise, like that literally sounded like it was kind of far away from me, and then it like ended up like almost next to me. And like I said, the walls are thin, so like it's very easy to hear like through the walls, and not even just sideways. Like I hear my upstairs neighbor, like all around, very thin walls.
Now, was your bedroom, where was it located in your apartment?
The back of the apartment, so it was like there's like a little kick out next to my patio, and that was my bedroom back there, like along the grass back there.
On the first floor?
On the first floor, yeah.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
It would be a good idea to get some cross.
Now, you said that you lived there next to Sarah Boone and Jorge Torres for about a year.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the police were called to their residence?
Like
while you were there for the year, are you aware of any incident in which the police were called to their residence?
I had never seen anybody there, but I had other neighbors in the complex tell me that it has been on multiple occasions. So that's why.
Just instead of what somebody else told you.
Yeah.
Just what you would observe. Did you ever, the year that you were there living next to them?
Yeah.
Were you ever aware that the police were called to their residence?
No, the times that I was home, I never saw any police at the apartment there.
And did you work odd hours or?
Yeah, and with my schooling and stuff too, I used to have class at like 1 o'clock in the morning. So all the time I was at random moments, like just not home throughout the day and night and stuff like that. So yeah.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not, based on your interaction with Sarah Boone?
I'm going to object.
Let me finish the question first, please.
Do you know from your experience with Sarah Boone and your experience with Jorge Torres that they drank alcohol?
Yeah.
Hang on.
I'll withdraw to that question.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Are you aware that they both consumed alcohol to excess?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, of course.
Are we approaching?
Vincent, I think you had testified, you may have given a statement to law enforcement,
Yes, it was one of the detectives.
a recorded statement.
Yes, I can't remember his name, but yes.
Okay, and I think it was on February 23rd of 2020.
Yeah, right around that time, yeah.
I believe you had said that,
I'm going to object as to improper impeachment.
Approach.
Now we're approaching. He's saying yeah a lot, and many judges would be like, excuse me, you have to say yes or no. Yeah is not a proper response.
Objections overruled. Tonight.
sir, would it be fair to say on that date you got home around 7 p.m.?
7 p.m.?
Yes.
Which day was this?
Sunday, February 23rd, 2020.
No, that day I actually got home from work probably around 1 or 2 o'clock or so.
In the morning?
No, in the afternoon, because I went to work that morning at around 5 a.m.
And you said that you heard the normal yelling and arguing at about that time when you got home?
No, it was around that time, but it was really around like 10 o'clock, 10:30 is when like the arguing I could right hear clearly. It was like around 10:30 at night.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just very briefly.
Yes, sir.
So on cross-examination, you were asked about the arguing you heard, and I believe your testimony was that it was pretty intense around 10:30.
Yeah.
Approximately what time was it that you heard this loud crashing thump sound that you described?
Little after that.
Overruled.
It was a little after that arguing and stuff. It was probably around 11:15, probably 30, 45 minutes after like the arguing I could hear started.
No other questions?
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Not subject to recall.
We would like him subject to recall. You've got his number.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Oh, let this man go back home. Let this man go back home. You should have got what you wanted out of him in cross. Let this man go back home. He's not from here. He don't live here no more. Subject to recall. Are you flying him back down? And I think that's what the state is approaching about. Like, have some respect for this man's private life. He just so happened to be a
All right, sir. You are released, not subject to recall. Have a great day. Thank you.
You are not subject to recall. You are released. You are free to go back home and live your life. You do not live here. And the defense can't just be like, oh, we're going to recall. No, you should have done a better freaking job then. You should ask more questions. Get more questions in. Is my pen really breaking already? I just got you. That's probably why you were in clearance. Okay.
The state would call Brandon Motes.
Bless you.
Oops, sorry.
Thank you, sir. You can be seated. State and spell your name for the record for us.
Yeah, my name is Brandon Motes, BRANDONMOATS.
Thank you. Mr. Cashtor, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us
So the neighbor.
how it is that you knew Sarah Boone?
I moved into the apartment next door to her when I was in college.
And so when was that you were in college?
I would have moved down here in 2019 and would have been there until like 2021. 2022.
So she was your neighbor at Tealwood Apartments, is that correct?
Yeah, it would have been Tealwood back then, yeah.
And did you have any roommates back then?
Yes, I was rooming with Vincent Battaglia.
And during that time, what were you doing?
Like,
as far as work in school?
I was just going to school. During the time of this, yeah, I would have just been going to school. I don't think I would have had my job yet. I was just a student.
Did you have
Going
much
to school.
interaction with the
My problem with all of this is these are like cheaper apartments, probably a lot of college student, lower income, college kids don't have a crap ton of money to have fancy apartments that they're only going to be in for a little bit, especially if they're traveling to go to school. Like Full Sail, a lot of people kind of like travel. Full Sail does like, I think, online stuff as well. But they kind of like travel there because it's like a grand overarching sort of like education, like college level education. It's very popular in Florida. Full Sail literally still reaches out to me. I don't know why. But there's a lot of things that people do and learn at Full Sail in all different ranges of things. And not everyone has a lot of money, so you're staying in these apartments that are cheap. You probably have at least one roommate, maybe two, maybe three. You're going to school. You're probably going to be getting work soon, looking for a job soon, like this witness. And then they have to deal with situations like this. And that is really strenuous. And I don't like that. I don't like that these students who are going to school, actively going to school, ready, getting prepared for their future, and they are having to, on a almost daily basis, listen to their neighbors on the other side of the wall argue to the point where a life is taken. That
defendant or with Jorge Torres in this case?
Honestly, I avoided them as much as possible usually.
The apartment where you live,
you have to focus on.
Tell us, how would you describe the walls that separated?
You're in college.
Yeah, I remember that my bedroom was like the front-facing bedroom, and our walls shared a wall with where their staircase was. So, like, the way the apartments were laid out, we had a one-story apartment, they had a two-story apartment. So they had a staircase running right next to the walls, next to like our bedrooms.
Damn.
Would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling going on inside of the defendant's apartment?
Yes, the walls were pretty thin, so if people were yelling, you definitely hear it.
And how often would you hear arguments or disagreements going on over there?
When I first moved in, it was at least like once a week, to the point that I started tuning them out. Like I got good enough at just like not listening to them. They argued very, very often.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And on that evening, could you hear arguing going on in their unit?
Not late into the evening, earlier into the evening, probably like 7, 8 o'clock that evening, probably like earlier on, I could hear arguing.
And where were you inside of your apartment?
I would have been in my bedroom pretty much all night.
And your bedroom, just so that we can paint the picture, where would that would have been, on the first floor or the second floor?
We had a first floor apartment.
Okay, so all the units were, or all the bedrooms were on the first floor.
Yeah, like I was saying before, we had a one-story apartment, and then they next door had like a 2-story townhouse, so we only had the one floor.
Understood.
He's like, are you listening to my answers? Because I already said this. Sometimes they're not always listening to the answers. They are just sort of gathering up foundation and just sort of needed information, and they're not always listening.
And at a certain point in the evening,
it really was an important topic that
a loud crashing sound.
Yeah, probably around 10:30, 11 o'clock that evening.
And what, can you describe that sound for us in more detail?
I mean, yeah, at literally, like I said, at like 10:30, 11 o'clock, it's the way their staircase was set up. I could, my bedroom, the top of their staircase would have been like above my ceiling, and it ends next to where like my roommate's apartment was. So I could hear something start above me super loud and then fall away from me, like it was falling down the stairs.
Did this affect the walls that were between your two apartments?
Oh yeah, me and my roommate. I remember me and my roommate talking the next day about like we could literally like it shook both of our rooms.
Did you ever have occasion to talk with the defendant about what happened?
I never saw her after that. She would have, yeah. I never saw her after that happened.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you were asked by the state if you ever had any interactions with Sarah Boone or Jorge Torres. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said you tried to avoid them.
Yeah. I don't like drunk people, and they were drunk a lot, so I did not interact with them.
Do you remember this interaction with Sarah Boone?
I don't like drunk people.
In 2009, when you woke up and witnessed Sarah.
I would have been 9 years old in 2009.
I'm sorry, 2019. In 2019, when you woke up and.
I don't like drunk people, and they were drunk a lot. I don't know if my mic was off or not. Do you think it's possible that the suitcase was zipped up on the second story of their townhouse that they actually had, not a cheap apartment, so a 2-story apartment, and then went down the stairs, and that was the loud noise and bang that shook their wall that they heard at around 10:30, 11 o'clock, and even had a conversation about the next day.
And witnessed Sarah sleeping on the concrete patio.
Oh, this may have been a slight misconception in how I said this. I never woke up and saw her sitting on the patio myself. That I would have seen her on the patio eventually, but it's not like I woke up and went back and saw her on the patio. This was my roommate relaying the story that she had fallen asleep on the back patio, and then I saw her.
Okay. So you did not witness that yourself, or did you see her?
I saw her asleep on the back patio. I was just clearing up the sequence of events there.
Okay, thank you. Another time, do you recall our interaction with Miss Boone when you were coming home from school and she was trying to talk to you and she seemed paranoid and rambling?
Yeah, I had gotten locked out of my apartment, so I was waiting on the steps waiting on the steps outside of my apartment for my roommate to get home. So she came up and started talking to me. I don't really remember too many details of what she was saying because I didn't want to talk to her. She did, but yeah.
Okay. Do you remember saying that you believe Sarah was avoiding going into her apartment?
That's definitely the vibe. I don't remember what she was saying, but the vibe she was giving off was that she didn't want to go home.
I believe, and I just want to make sure that I heard you. You said that the first arguments, other than the boom, which was like 10 something, initially it was around 7 p.m. You heard arguing?
It would have, yeah, because it would have been. I remember that day I got home from class around 5 because I got out of class around 4:30 usually and walked home, so I would have gotten home around 5:30, and it would have been after I took, because I came home, I made myself lunch and I took a shower, and then I heard all of their arguing, so it would have been about an hour and a half, 2 hours after I got home, so around 7 to 8 o'clock.
Okay. And during that time, when you say arguing, was it back and forth?
Honestly, I wouldn't really be able to say if it was back and forth. I don't know I wouldn't remember too vividly if it was back and forth.
Well, let me ask you this: did you hear a male voice?
Yes, I heard a male voice.
Did you hear a female voice? Yes. Okay. Were they both loud?
Yes.
Okay. If I can confirm, Judge.
Yes, sir, of course.
I think, look at him looking around. He's like, this is an interesting room. I wonder what he does. I think that this is probably like the first witness.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is the first.
All right, so you're
I
released
feel like
subject
this
to
is the
recall.
first
Thank you.
Most relatable witness. Him and his roommate were extremely relatable.
And the parties approach.
And the way that he spoke, he was so confident, like so sure. There was no confusion with his answers. There was no confusions with his response. There was so much. He was being so attentive to these questions that before he could even finish saying 2009, I would have been 8 in 2009. You know, like, you better, he said, ask the right questions and you will get an answer. But I'm gonna need the whole question to be correct. Like, I'm not just gonna be out here answering random things. Very interesting. Very interesting. So in my brain, what those two last witnesses did to the jury was sort of develop a new unspoken theory of what went down the stairs loudly. Was it a person? Was it an empty suitcase? Was it a suitcase with a person? Was someone pushed? Did someone fall? Was it the Magnum bottle of wine? Was it a bag? What went down the stairs? Because that event was very believable. Both roommates, and they were roommates, both roommates said a very similar story in completely different words. How they heard something go from up to down. It got louder, it shook. It was loud and it shook and it traveled the stairs. It went from high to low. And it was directly next door. Their apartment shook. I think that's very interesting.
Members of our jury, thank you so much for your time, your attention, and your participation in this very important process. It is 12:21. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. I'm going to ask that you return here no later than 2 p.m. so we can pick up at that point in time outside of here, 12 Alpha in the Orange County Courthouse. And I'm going to give you an instruction. You're going to hear this instruction a lot over the next couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have any discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on the internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, please leave your pens and your notepads on each chair.
Chat
Deputy will
room.
collect them. We'll see you at 2 o'clock, and I thank you for your service.
Very detailed instructions. Very detailed. Way more detailed than don't read anything or go on social media. They are going on break. And they turn the mics off. And there might be something.
Defense. All right, Ms. Boone, I just got a couple inquiries of you, ma'am, before release. Are you satisfied with your attorneys so far throughout this trial?
Definitely.
And are you on board with the strategy that they've employed so far in this trial? All right, thank you very much. We'll be in recess till 2 o'clock. Court's off the record.
All right, I'm just gonna pause it. He said, you good with this? You good with what's happening? Are you satisfied, Sarah Boone? Are you satisfied? And she's like, yep, definitely. So she's in a good headspace for it. So let's skedaddly do. What's this? If you haven't yet, please hit the like button for me and Court TV, I guess. Thank you, Court TV, for being so kind and generous with the audio when we needed you to be. Appreciate it. There's no audio yet. We're just sort of watching a large box of evidence. It's existing. It's better than a fan. In the middle of the room, Sarah Boone is talking to her attorney. Oh. Laughter. And just sort of watching. Oh, back to the evidence. Oh, I wish I could read lips. I wish I could read lips. I can't though. So let's just keep it moving, keep a boot, scoot, and boogie in. Oh. All right, and we're back. No beeps. I'm so sorry about the beeps.
All right, we're back on the record. State of Florida versus Sarah Boone,
Okay.
2020 CF 2603. Can I get appearances for counsel for the record, starting with counsel for the state?
Dave Kester on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Older for Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at council table wearing the same black suit and pink blouse from this morning. State, anything we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
Can we get the evidence projection system up and can we test it before we
Yes.
go live?
Yes, sir.
Testing the evidence projection system. So they're going to be pulling up some photos and or videos soon. And they're going to give that a little test-a-rooney. Good to test before the jury is sitting
If you
there.
want to test it out, Mr. J.
Are we testing?
300 minutes. Call on month.
No, she is fully in custody. She is unshackled when she is in court. So she has no wrist and or ankle shackles. But she is in custody. Yes. And she is being watched like a hawk. Yeah. And so let's talk about the jury a little bit as they're doing this.
12:59 p.m. with a GMT offset of -300 minutes. Call on Monday, February 24th, 2020.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
Okay, so they're testing. They're going to listen to the 911 call soon. She's out on bail. Jury, we have a 6-person jury with 8 alternates. So what's that? 14 jurors are listening to this case. There will be 6 who deliberate on this case. 8 alternates, just a little extra for safety. Weather is an
anything else state we need
issue.
to address?
Not this time, Your Honor.
The
Defense.
weather,
Okay. All right.
COVID,
Just in the spirit of full
sickness.
disclosure, there are some persons behind me to my right and my left. I run the mock trial program at Barry University School of Law here in town, and these are some of my students as a member of that program. So they're here just simply to observe.
Oh.
So pay no mind or attention to them. With that, are we ready to bring in our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
He
All right, let's stand
runs
and bring in
the
our panel.
mock trial, and they're just students. Pay no mind. They're just observing. That's so cool. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. That's so cool. Okay, shout out to them. Congratulations for just, being in the right place at the right time. And getting to observe this from the literal judge's point of view. Very interesting. Very cool. All right, jury's coming back in, folks, for afternoon. They go till about 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So let's say it's about 2 when we're at the time that we're watching this. So they had about 3 more hours left. We are, I think, still at 1.25 speed. If that is, if that's too fast for anyone, please let me know. But I think we might catch up to real time soon.
You enjoyed your lunch. If you could, again, by a show of hands, confirm that you complied with the court's instructions that we gave prior to the break. Record reflect all jurors' hands have been raised. With that, the state is going to continue with their evidence presentation this afternoon. State, you may call your next witness.
State will call Brian Boone.
Brian Boone. Oh boy, here we go. All right. Brian Boone. Witness number 6. Already on our 6th witness today. Sarah's ex-husband.
Mr. Boone, raise your right hand and sworn, please. You swear or affirm the testimony you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Sir, good afternoon. You could be seated. After seated, if you could please state and spell your name for the record for us.
Brian Boone, B-R-I-N, B-O-O-N-E.
Thank you, sir. You may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us how it is that you know the defendant?
I dated her for quite a while, and then we eventually got married.
When you say you dated her for quite a while, how long are we talking?
I met her in the late 90s, and I believe it was around 2005 when we got married.
Did you have any children as a result of your marriage with the defendant?
Yes, we had one son.
And how old is that son?
He is currently getting ready to turn 14.
Did your marriage with the defendant last?
No, it did not.
And approximately when was it that you separated and began proceedings for divorce?
Probably 2000.
I think he got a burst of anxiety and like stress and like adrenaline. But I also think that he heard how loud he was in the microphone. There might have been, because he was like BRI and he kind of looked up and like kind of was shocked. I think there might have been some sort of reverb in the room, maybe one of those like sounds that he was getting from the microphone, and then he adjusted the microphone. So I think it was a little bit of like anxiety, adrenaline, and also a sound equipment. But or he just forgot to spell his name, how to spell his name.
2017, I'm thinking maybe.
And at that time, when was your divorce actually finalized?
Oh, maybe it was 2006. I think the divorce was 2017, I believe.
And after your divorce, what was your custody arrangement with your son that you had in common with the defendant?
She was supposed to have him on Mondays and Tuesdays. I would have him Wednesday, Thursdays, and then we'd alternate Friday through Sundays every other week.
So 1 week you would have 5 days with your son, and another week she would have 5 days with him.
Correct.
And was this still the same custody arrangement in February of 2020?
Yes.
And in February of 2020, did you have, do you recall the events that occurred, I guess, first on the late evening of February 23rd, 2020?
On that evening?
Yes.
Well, apparently Sarah called me at one point during the night.
Do you recall about what time she called you?
I think it was 11 something.
When you answered the phone, how did Sarah sound on the phone?
She sounded like she had been drinking and was pretty drunk.
Were you able to understand what the defendant was saying?
Somewhat, but she woke me up. I had work the next day. I was asleep when she called. She's done this before, calling me late at night, and generally I kind of just try to ignore it, so I wasn't really paying attention.
Who was she living with at the time?
George Torres.
When she called you late that
He
evening,
says George.
could you hear George in the background at all?
Not that I remember, no.
Did you pay much attention to this phone call?
No.
Now, the following morning, on February 24th, 2020, did you begin to call the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And approximately what time did you begin to call the defendant?
I think it was like 11 o'clock or something.
And why was it that you were calling her?
Well, it was going to be Monday. I had him on Sunday and dropped him off at school, and I was calling to try to find out if she was going to be actually picking him up that day.
Why would you have a question about whether or not she was picking him up?
She wasn't generally very good about actually getting him on the day she was supposed to.
So it was not uncommon for you to have to remind her to pick him up or to make sure that she was going to pick him up.
Well, I mean, remind or just find out if she was going to, or if she was just going to give him over to me as what happened.
Do you remember at what time on February 24th you actually got in touch with the defendant?
I think it was like 12:30 or something.
And when you actually got in touch with her, what did she tell you on the phone?
That George was dead and if I would come over.
Did she say what happened to him?
I don't remember if she told me then on the phone or when I got there, but she told me they had been playing hide and seek and that she fell asleep.
What did you advise her to do?
I told her she needed to call 911 and that I would come over as soon as I could.
And this is on your first phone call here at approximately 12:30.
Yes.
On 2/24/2020.
Yes.
Did she call you again while you were en route to her residence?
She did. She called to find out if I was still going to be coming over.
And when you spoke with her while you were en route, what, if anything, did you advise her?
I told her she needed to call 911 and told her I was on my way, but she needed to get somebody over there.
How long did it take you to arrive at her residence?
From the first phone call or?
Yes, from the first one.
Well, I mean, I live a minute or two drive away, but I had to get my puppy. We had just gotten a puppy recently. I had to get him in his crate and stuff like that and put something on because I was working from home. And total time, maybe 10 minutes.
When you arrived at her apartment, tell us what she told you when you arrived.
I mean, George was dead. And once again, I don't remember if she told me now or before that they had been playing hide and seek and she fell asleep. But I, at that time, told her again she needed to get 911 called to get somebody over there.
Had she called 911 at this point?
No, she had not.
So you've advised her now 3 times to call 911.
Yes.
Did you go inside of her apartment?
I walked in the front door into the little tiled area, like entranceway thing.
What, if anything, did you observe when you made it to that point?
Looking into the living room, I could see like the end of his feet and maybe a little bit of some legs that were kind of coming out around the backside of the kitchen area.
Did you continue to go into the apartment?
No.
Where did you go?
Sarah told me she was going to call 911 and go outside and have a cigarette and a drink and asked me to come out there with her. And I told her that I didn't really feel comfortable being inside. And I went out front and got in my car and waited for people to show up.
Did you witness the defendant call 911?
I think I was in there when she dialed it and first got somebody on the phone, but I wasn't there for the whole conversation. No, I was outside.
Did you stay there at the scene while police arrived?
Yes, I was there. I was part of it. I knew I'd have to talk to somebody, so.
Did you talk with law enforcement?
Smart.
I did.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Judge, we want to reserve our questions for when we call him in our case.
Okay. All right, sir, you're subject to recall.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, no cross.
My understanding is subject to recall.
So somebody will contact me about that?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Subject to recall. And He was like, someone's gonna contact me about this or something.
Yes.
I know the killer who kills my emotion. That doesn't make any sense. We all know the killer. We all know who done it. It's not about a who done it in this case. It is about why the who done it.
Attaches a Bluetooth speaker so that they may publish some evidence that's been received so far. Mr. J, whenever you're ready, sir.
Permission to publish 3.
You may do so.
Yeah, that's you.
It's 300 minutes. Call on Monday, February 24th, 2020.
All right, let me just get in here. Let me just get in here real fast. You said to me that you will add me on Discord, but you didn't. Yeah, no, I haven't been on Discord. Sorry. I don't use Discord very often. So what they're doing right now is they are publishing the 911 call to the jury. So that they can hear it. So let's give it a listen.
911, what is the location of your emergency? 4748 Brent Court, apartment 3. 4748, what's the street name? Brent, F-R-A-N-T-Z. And the appointment number? 3. Is this a police or medical? My boyfriend is dead. Okay, then the line for the flight appointment, do not hang up.
Okay, let me just check on this. I'm just going to give it a minute for my internet to get better so it's not choppy for y'all. I don't know. There we go. All right, I'll back it up a hair.
4748, what's the street name? Brent, F-R-A-N-T-Z. And the appointment number? 3. Is this a police or medical? My boyfriend is dead. Okay, then the line for the flight appointment, do not hang up.
Want just my boyfriend is dead.
That's good. No, we don't. 4748 Brent Lane, apartment 3, Brent Court. Brent Court? Yes.
Okay, is this near Mackenzie Drive?
I don't know where that is.
Okay, fair.
It's still with Park Apartment.
Okay, 4748 France, correct?
Correct.
All right, correct. Now tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I tried to get a case when we were playing, and but kind of hide seat kind of thing. So I fell asleep, and I woke up, and he was setting the suitcase. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Right, okay, what's your apartment number?
3.
Number 3?
Yes, like he had like blood coming out of his mouth, and I don't know what he had, like an aneurysm or what happened.
Right, okay, all right, okay, so we're getting out of OG. Right, okay. Okay,
Now?
okay, 407, so we're on our way there. You're at 407-716-8684. Okay, you hanging from somewhere or what, man?
No, I pulled him out of the suitcase. I tried giving him CPR.
Okay, so he was in a suitcase?
Yes, and I fell asleep.
Okay, how old is he working now? 42-year-old man. All right. Okay, we're setting up on the sheriff's office out there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. All right, listen to me. Okay, that you need to confirm this. No, right, I need to confirm this. Is he awake at all? Is he conscious at all?
No, he's purple.
Is he breathing?
No.
All right. I need you to get him on the floor, on his back for me, okay?
I did. I tried giving him CPR.
All right.
I tried giving him CPR.
Yeah, okay, well,
Nothing happened. He's purple.
okay, listen, he's in the picture of the bill. I need you to get it for me, okay?
What is it?
Is he available?
No.
All right, are you right by him now?
I'm sorry?
Are you right by him now?
Yes.
Okay, man, listen, so listen, is he cold and sick?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he's not necessarily cold, but he's stiff.
listen, I want you to lay it flat and back for me on the floor. Remove the pillows, okay?
Yes, okay.
All right, okay, wait.
Purple.
Right, okay, listen, okay, man, that's fine. We're still going to do compression with it, okay? All right? If you look your hand on this breastbone, right instead of the chest, right between the nipples.
Yes.
Put your hands up on that hand.
Ready, I'm telling you. Just like that, you tell.
Okay?
Please, okay, your girl.
Okay, listen to me. All right, I want you to place the heel of your hand. Okay, right between the chest, right between the breastbones. Put your hands up on that hand.
Yes.
We want to pump his chest really hard and fast. Go and lift twice per second.
Okay, you're done.
Okay, no, just keep on pumping it. All you need to do for me, keep on pumping his chest over it. I don't need you to stop and talk or anything. I just want you to count out loud for me, okay?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This is you like me.
Okay, man, just keep on pumping his chest. That's all you need to do for me, okay?
Yes. Come on, please, hurry up.
Okay, man, just grab it as fast as they can. Okay, don't stop and say hurry up. Just keep on pumping it down there. Okay.
Go do it.
All right, just keep pumping the chest. Count out, take a count with you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Please hurry.
Okay, man, just get here as fast as they can, okay?
He's stiff and he's purple.
Okay, keep pumping his chest for me, man.
I'm still doing it, okay? Still doing it. Still doing the concept.
Right, okay, that's fine. You did a good job. Just keep on doing it for me. All right, they're getting as fast as they can along with the sheriff's office also, okay?
Please.
Keep on pumping, man. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep on pumping for me, man.
I'm doing it, okay? We're playing hide and seek.
All right, I understand. All right, keep on pumping for me, okay? Okay.
Please hurry.
All right, okay.
Horrible. This is horrific. What happened? Like, what happened?
Okay, man, keep on pumping the chest for me, okay? They're in the parking lot. They should come up there shortly, okay?
I'm still doing it, okay?
Right, okay, good. And you found them in a suitcase, you said?
Yes. We were playing hide and seek last night. I fell asleep. I think they're here.
Right, keep on pumping the chest until they get over, okay?
I am.
Okay.
I am.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Come in. Where's my puppy now?
Let that take over for you, okay?
What was the last time anybody saw him? Last night. We're playing hide and seek. He was the city. Okay. Unfortunately, he's been down too long. There's nothing we can do for him. Hello, ma'am?
So we're there, obviously.
All right. No, I'm trying to figure it out. Okay. No, not that. Hello?
Okay, hey, man, is the back up the picture, okay? That's all we'll see there.
All right. Oh, ma'am, still there? Hello? Come back with 716-8684, reference to mobile. 1308.
Call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 4.
We're ready to continue with the presentation of witnesses.
Yes, sir. You may call your next witness.
Say we call Abraham Moreno.
before we continue, let's talk about what we just heard. So this was the 911 call that Sarah made to 911. I'm an idiot. It's a 911 call Sarah made the next day in the afternoon. Everyone in the South is so much better than LA. Well, I wouldn't say everyone. Yeah, I wouldn't say everyone. She sounds way too calm. An observation and opinion from a real human being who heard the 911 call. Now, this wasn't the moment that she found Jorge. This wasn't the moment. This was after the moment she found him, which is already very strange. So her calmness, it's all very strange. It's all very strange from what we would consider like a typical murder trial. Yeah, she's calm. She knows he's dead. He's been dead, which is all very strange. The counting is also really fast for the Staying Alive song. I think that is because she kept saying he's purple, he's purple. So he said on the phone, two pumps per second. And I think that's sort of like a quickly, like get some energy, like get the kind of the shock value back to the heart, not like the, but like the essentially like the, like whoa, like wake up, sort of energy, like someone's turning blue, someone's turning purple. We say that when it's like someone's not getting enough air, you see it in their lips, and the circulation has stopped. Like, oh, quick, get that circulation moving, get the blood moving, get the heart pumping as fast as possible. And I think the like the Staying Alive. I don't what is the BPM for Staying Alive? I think that's sort of like to keep them going. I don't know. I know nothing about it, but that's what my brain is telling me. We'll have to see her facial expressions during the call. Yes, but we can still gather a lot of information from the side of the face, her head, her neck, and her back, which is what I was watching. There was a little color flush at one point in her face. I don't know if that was just the lighting, if the cameras did that, if that was her physical reaction to this phone call. There was a deep sigh. There was a sharp inhale a sharp inhale of air. There was sort of like a tensing up. Was it an act? Was it a real reaction? How many times has she heard this call? She's gone through this with many, almost double digits of lawyers. Lawyers. I don't know how many, assistants that those lawyers had. So, she's had many lawyers. I don't know how many times she's heard this. Has she desensitized herself to this call by hearing it so often, which is something that I think for the length of time between the event that we're talking about and trial date starting, it's been 4 years, over 4 years. So, well, yeah, right? Happened in February 2020 to 2021, 2022, 2023, okay, so almost 4 years. It's a long time. I still feel like she is too calm, especially when calling 911 when you straight up killed him and you're calling the cops and you are the one that found him. Yes. Brian did say that Brian said that Sarah said to him, I'm going to go outside, have a cigarette and a drink. How drunk was she? How much was she drinking between the time she woke up, found him, and now? How much of the Magnum bottle was left from the night before that she finished off in the morning? How drunk was she? When did she stop drinking the night before? Did she eat anything? How drunk was she? Was she still drunk? And then my question that I wrote down also was she really doing CPR? Was she really trying to get his heart pumping? Or was she just saying, I did not hear her try to get a deep breath counting. When she was counting, she counted it multiple times, all the way up to what, like 20 in the 20s. She was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12. She never got tired. I'm not saying that she would or she should, but she never did. She never did. She never dropped a number. She never lost count. She never was inhaling through a count. Like she was never heavy breath. I don't know. I just have questions. I questioned that too, because I felt a little bit of attitude, unlike the Karen Reed child. There was definitely attitude there. And then at the end of the call, I'm still doing it. Are you? To finish that, LOL, unlike the Karen Reed trial, she is guilty and it's only day one. Well, we know she was the one who did not unzip the suitcase. But we know she's guilty. We know she's the one who did this. We just need to figure out, was she really fearing for her life when she zipped and then did not unzip the suitcase? So I think her not losing breath, I need to listen to it again. I need to listen to it maybe a couple more times. But I didn't hear her go lose breath, get tired, use up energy while doing CPR at all in any way, shape, or form. The counting was so solid. She was like 1, 2, 3, 4. It never slowed down, 4. She never needed to take a moment. And I feel like that's even pros are going to if you're really trying and your whole focus right now is trying to get this person to breathe again. I don't know. I'm just trying to go at it from all of the things that, there's a lot of people. There's 14 people that could possibly deliberate on this. And I'm just trying to get from all different angles that all 14 of these people might be thinking about.
Sir, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record, please? Thank you, sir. You may be seated. Mr. Castro, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Tell us, what do you do for a living?
I'm a maintenance supervisor for apartment complexes.
Is that what your position was back in February?
Apartment complex.
Sorry, I just need to hear him spell his last name
Mr.
again.
Castro. Sir, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Abraham, A-B-R-A-H-A-M. Last name is Moreno, M-O-R-E-N-O.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated. Mr. Castro, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Tell us, what do you do for a living?
I'm a maintenance supervisor for apartment complexes.
Is that what your position was back in February of 2020?
Yes, it was.
And what apartment complex?
Tealwood Park Apartments.
And how long did you work for Tealwood Park Apartments?
About 2 years.
And tell us, what were some of your duties in your position there with Tealwood Park?
Daily, I cleaned the grounds, walked the property, answered maintenance calls, did emergencies, dealt with vendors.
Did you become familiar with the residents there at the apartment complex?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to meet the defendant in this case and also a Jorge Torres?
Yes.
let me turn your attention to February 24th of 2020. Do you recall that date?
Yes,
And on that date, did you have occasion to come in contact with the defendant in this case?
yes, I did.
And tell us, what was the circumstances in which you came into contact with her on February 24th, 2020?
I was called by the manager and the assistant manager to come to her unit. I believe she was already sitting outside at that time.
And when she was sitting outside of her unit, what, if anything, did you observe about her and about the unit?
The police was there. Her ex-husband was present. She was sitting outside, and that's when she decided she wanted to talk to me and the managers.
And what did she tell you?
That she's confused. She's not exactly sure what happened. She pointed out that she recalls that they were playing a game of hide and seek. There was an instance where you were going to teach him a lesson, and then she just doesn't recall anything else until the next morning.
Did she say she fell asleep?
Yes, she did.
Did she say things got out of hand?
I don't really recall that part, but I do recall her stating that they were playing their game and that George went into a suitcase, and I didn't ask any questions. I just let her talk for herself
How long was this conversation?
for about 4 or 5 minutes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
You may inquire, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
This conversation that you had with Miss Boone,
Yes.
that took place on the 24th? Is that correct?
Yes.
And who else was present on the time that the conversation was taking place?
Standing right next to me would have been Melissa Sexton and Eugene Harris, as well as the officer who was in front of the door.
Okay, so there was a law enforcement officer there that day, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, on the 24th is when you said that Miss Boone made this statement to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
They were playing hide and seek?
Yes.
And what else did she say happened?
She had told me they were playing hide and seek. They had drank. She was trying to teach him a lesson, and that was that. She went upstairs. She went to sleep. She woke up. She doesn't know what happened.
Okay. So that was on the 24th?
Yes.
All right, on the 26th, were you not interviewed by law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay.
I
So
may have my days wrong, but it all happened on the same day.
all right, the 24th, do you remember 2 days later that a Detective Scott Lowen conducted an interview with you at 4704 Lucier Court, Winter Park, Florida? Remember that interview?
Yes.
So that was 2 days later, is that correct?
I would assume so.
Yes. All right, so when he interviewed you 2 days later, did you tell him about this statement that Miss Boone made to you that you just told this jury in court?
I did mention it to him.
You did mention it to him?
I mentioned to them that we did have a conversation.
Did you tell him the content of the conversation?
I may not have told him the whole content, but I did tell him we had a conversation.
All right, well, what did you tell him? What content did you tell him on the 26th?
That they were playing hide and seek, that she was confused. She doesn't know what happened. I do believe I did mention to him the fact that she was trying to teach him a lesson. Not that anything was done with malice. I didn't state that at all.
So it's your recollection now today that on the 26th, you told Officer Lowen what you just told this jury. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Sir. In preparing for this case, did you have a meeting with the Assistant State Attorney on September 23rd of 2024?
Did I have a meeting?
Yes.
A brief chit chat over the phone.
A brief chit chat, it was over the phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. At that point in time over the phone, did you tell him that Sarah Boone, the defendant, stated that she was teaching him a lesson and things got out of hand and that she fell asleep?
Yes.
Is that what you told him?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in 2024 of September the 23rd of this year, 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you telling us that back on February the 26th of 2020, you told Officer Lowen at that time the same thing.
As I recall, yes.
So did she ever tell you how things got out of hand?
No.
Sir, you testified that you knew both Mr. Torres and Ms. Boone, is that correct?
Yes.
You actually knew George Torres from a different time, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
When did you first know George Torres?
In the 1990s.
In the 1990s?
He was a teenager and he lived down the street from me and my wife.
So you had had a previous relationship with Mr. Torres?
No, not at all.
Not at all. You just knew him from then?
Yes, as I stated, he was a teenager and I was an adult.
During this time, though, that you became reacquainted, did y'all establish a friendship at that time here in Orlando?
I wouldn't say a friendship, but an acquaintance, yes.
Oh, God. I cannot do the acquaintance, friends, best friends conversation ever again. Ever again. We were acquaintances, but we went on vacations together. We were acquaintances that went on vacation together. I can't do that. I can't do that. So, can really tell like which side people are on when it comes to cross-examination. Okay. All right, let's just continue. Collectively scarred. Yes. Absolutely.
Sir, on Monday, February the 24th, that would have been the day that you were with Ms. Sexton and Gene Harris.
Yes.
Out in front of the apartment.
Correct.
Did you talk to law enforcement that day?
No.
You did not talk to them that day?
I don't recall talking to him that day, no.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I don't have any, if I can confer.
You can, sir.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Any redirect examination?
Just brief.
All right, thank you.
Back in the 90s, when you had previously known George Torres, in this case, where were you living at that time?
I lived across the street. I lived on one block. He lived the next block over down in the middle.
In what city?
Philadelphia,
Where was
Pennsylvania.
that?
And when did you move from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania?
What a small freaking world. George, Jorge, we'll call him JT. JT grew up a block away from this man. What's his name? I cannot remember. I have it on a different page. Abraham. And then Abraham turns into the maintenance personnel for the apartment complex that JT is living in a completely different state. Wow.
2018.
So in the intervening years, from your move from Philadelphia to coming to work at Tealwood Park, did you have any contact with George Torres?
No, as a matter of fact, I'm from that particular block in 2005, so I don't meet Judge again until I work at Tealwoods.
When did you start working at Tealwoods?
2018, 2019, roughly there.
No further questions.
Can this witness be released?
No, Your Honor, just subject to recall.
All right, sir. You'll be released subject to recall. Thank you.
Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
State will call Deputy Kayla Rodriguez.
Subject to recall. No one cares about your life and things you got going on. Especially this defense team. They don't care.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You can be seated. Please state your name and spell it for the record if you could for us.
Kayla Rodriguez. Kayla, K-A-Y-L-A. Rodriguez, R-O-D-R-I-G-U-E-Z.
All right, thank you. Statutory, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
you tell us who is,
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Orange County Sheriff's Office,
and what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Deputy Sheriff.
And how long have you been a deputy sheriff?
A little over 8 years, since 2016.
And tell us, what are your duties as a deputy sheriff?
As a deputy, I respond to calls for service, anything from a over with call, like a car being keyed the day prior, or a 911 emergency.
And
See how
what
she
type of
immediately looks
training
like the jury?
to be a deputy sheriff?
So for me, I obtained my bachelor's degree from UCF in criminal justice in 2014. After that, in 2016, I was hired by the sheriff's office. Right after being hired, I went straight into the academy. The academy is 5 months of training. We go over everything from case law, scenarios, defensive tactics, physical training. After that, I do 2 more months with the sheriff's office where we go specifically into policy related to Orange County specifically. After that, I do 3 months on the road with a trainer where we are evaluated periodically through that process. You have a partner, you respond to calls for service during that time, and you slowly learn how to handle calls by yourself.
Do you also undergo continuing training as a condition of your employment?
Yes.
Tell us, what were you working on February 24th, 2020?
Yes.
And tell us, what area of the county were you working in?
Orange County, unincorporated Orange County.
And did you receive a call in regards to this case?
Yes.
And what was that call? What information did you have at the time you received the call?
So the dispatcher informed me that a woman called 911. She was actively performing CPR and that her boyfriend was in a suitcase.
And did you respond out to the scene?
Yes.
And when you responded out to the scene, were you dressed similarly as you are dressed today?
Yes.
And just for the
Yes,
record,
I was
you have
working, clocked in.
standard green uniform on with a tool belt, your firearm, and also radio, body-worn camera, badge.
Yes.
Tell us about your body-worn camera.
So my body camera is used to capture scenes when we arrive. So as we are conducting any sort of law enforcement action, we turn our camera on.
When you turn your camera on, tell us, does it immediately capture sound at that point?
It does not. When we activate our camera, it goes back a minute. And the minute that it goes back to, you don't hear any audio for that first minute.
Tell us also about the capacity and the battery life of your camera as well.
So the battery will last us an entire shift typically if it's in a buffering mode. So if we're not recording, it will last the entire shift. As we record, it does drain the battery. So typically we will turn it off if we're sitting in our car for an extended period of time. If we call our supervisor, if we're talking to another deputy on the side away from a scene, we will not have the camera recording. If it recorded throughout the entire shift, the battery would die. We would need multiple batteries.
So you actually activate the camera in order to.
That's a question I haven't heard anybody ask, is the battery length of these body cams. CPR in a suitcase, she opened the suitcase, allegedly, to do the CPR. That we don't have video evidence of happening because I don't know if she actually did. But we're going to get into how everything was found, the scene, how they found it. Was he in the suitcase? But if he was in the suitcase when the police came on scene, then she did not take him out and try to do CPR. But the phone call, she said she did, that he's on the ground. And I don't know if she originally if she did this when she woke up before she asked Brian to come over. What did she do? Like, we'll fill in all the details.
Correct.
Was your body camera operational on this call out?
Yes.
What are we doing? Oh. It's like, hello, I have to show you this.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness which was previously marked for identification as states H, I, and G that have been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm first showing you what's been marked for identification as states I. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
Body worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24, 2020?
Correct.
And is that your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the contents of your body worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously remarked identification as states I into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as I will be received into evidence without objection as states 4.
Cool.
Ma'am, next I'm showing you has been marked for identification as states H. Can you take a look at that disc? Tell us, what is that disc?
Body worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24, 2020?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And is that your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the contents of that portion of your body worn camera from that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states H into evidence.
No objection to any of those coming in.
What was pre-marked as states H will be received without objection as states 5.
And lastly, ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states G. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
Body worn camera from the day of the incident.
From February 24, 2020?
Yes.
And you had an opportunity to review this camera prior to coming to court?
Yes.
And that's your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And it fairly and accurately represents your conduct on the body worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as states G into evidence.
No objection.
Thank you. What was pre-marked as states G will be received without objection as state 6.
All righty.
Your Honor, maybe dim the lights and use the overhead projector.
Yes.
Dim the light.
You live here? Okay, I'll talk to you guys. I know, that's my, the property manager. Tell him really quick, or so he knows what's going on? Where's, yeah. And you want that, I'll don't worry about that, we'll take care of that for you, okay? I had a cigarette, okay, sorry, okay, wait 1 second, okay? I really, I'm great. Okay, well, pick up my dog park on the counter. Okay, okay, you 1 second. At the time, that you called it. That's how you called it, okay. Perfect. Fine, you called it. Go ahead. 7 at 13, okay. What's going on? Who was he to you? Boyfriend? Yes, for like 3.5 years. What happened? We drank last night. Can you pass it to the around to the FBI stuff? They need to sign that, sure. No. You should have have to. This might be a real thing. But you should have have to tell their name. What's going on? I just got here. No problem. Like, together, we can do some right there. You have a puzzle together? Yes, we have a puzzle that we started in there. Okay. We've been doing our trying to take stuff off the wall to make new art. Like having a good time with one another. But we were drinking, we had a bottle of wine last night. Okay. So then it's like, we decided to play hide and seek, right? Okay. So he gets in the suitcase. Okay. Who is that? That's my ex-husband. My former husband. How did he live with you guys? No. I told him over here. Okay, okay. I didn't know what to do. Okay. I didn't know what to do. Okay. So then he came over here. Here, let's talk inside. Okay. I called you guys. Mm-hmm. The problem is, I fell asleep. When did you do CPR? This morning. When I found it before you called. Yes. 1 o'clock right now. I I was awake, but I actually got out of the bed at like 12:30ish, whatever. So I came downstairs and I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still. And that's when I found him and I took him out and I tried doing CPR and then I called him and then I called you guys. Did he be here before the fire department got here? Who? The husband or your ex-husband? Okay. Where did you live at? Right on the street. Okay. So you were playing and who did some update? I did, but then I fell asleep. Okay, stop. You're okay. I wasn't there. I'm just trying to figure out what happened. I fell asleep. I don't know if he's not either. Like having an aneurysm or a heart attack or what kind of medical condition? None that I know of. None that I know of. None that I know of. No. Okay. All we had was a bottle of wine. Literally, just a bottle of wine. Okay. Doing kind of artwork. Then we decided to go hide and seek. That's all that happened. Okay. But I don't know what in there. Like, I don't know what happened. So how long were you doing CPR on him prior to calling 911? You tried that all morning? Yes. Okay. And then I called him while I was did you start probably giving me a ballpark? Here, let me fill this at the end, okay? Please, may I have my Dr. Pepper? I am still cutting out right now. Ma'am, and you can't talk to him until we get down with paper, okay? Just don't leave, okay, Brian? Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Thank you. I know. Do me a favor. Stand over there by that car. Give me 1 second. There's a dog in there? Yeah. You want to clear the back bedrooms real quick? Just make sure there's nobody else in here? Was he here by himself? Nope, he was here with the girlfriend, and that's the girlfriend's ex-husband. He's going to speak it. They were playing hard and go speak it, what she said. She's been doing CPR on him all morning before calling us. Yep. So I'm going to go ahead and start making phone calls. Okay, go ahead. What do I do with this dog? Because I don't want him to mess with him. Come here. Oh, perfect. Okay. Yes. Hey, come on, let's go outside. Come on. Good boy. What's up, Kitty? You guys rather than but just want to make sure. Put my foot on. Touch anything.
I mean, obviously, we all should have known that the body worn camera is going to pick up any, where they're facing. So apologies about that. The camera operator also tried to move as well.
Orange County. Yes, office. Right over here. We check this closet. The garage. That's the garage. All right, I guess we're gonna have to set up a crime scene now. Oh, yeah. What's that? Just give us a second, okay? It's on the counter. I can't move anything from my own house. Here, let's get you down, because I don't want you passing out. This is probably a lot for you to deal with, right? I can get you some water, okay? Just, I want you not on your feet. I don't want you passing out. I need 3 pints of water. Okay, I'll get some for you. You try to put it on.
Okay. They blurred it. I think whoever was operating the camera quickly went out of focus. So here's the thing. I've seen this video before because, internet and how things like this. Just they're on their cases that you watch. I've seen this video before. And she kept asking, I need a drink. I need a drink. I need a drink. My brain was like, oh my God, you're so dehydrated. Like, girly, is it like really hot? Like, get this woman some water, you know? She doesn't want to drink water, right? She doesn't want to drink water. She wants some more of that Magnum bottle of wine, right? Like she needs a drink. Like, oh, I really need some water. I'm so thirsty. Like my mouth is so dry. No, like she's wanting a drink. Do we think she's drunk right now? She's drunk, right? Like, how drunk is she? How much has she already had to drink? See, this is what happens when you have more information. You just kind of get more questions, at least for me. Are we playing more? I think we're playing more.
Proceed.
Yeah, I think we're going to listen to all 5 of them. I have my hand on the button to switch to my face, going like this. No.
Let's go ahead and start making the call. Ma'am, could you go ahead and give me his last name, Torres? Spell it for me. Torres. And his first name? George, Jorge. Jorge. O-R-G-E. His birthday? 2/13/78. And this is the boyfriend? Yes. How long? 3.5 years. Living together that whole time? Yes. Okay. And your last name? Boone. Spell it. B-O-O-N-E. First name? Sarah. S-A-R-A-H. Birthday? 10/10/77. So you had a second to kind of collect yourself. Tell it to me again. You guys were playing last night, drinking a bottle of wine, putting us together, doing artwork. Puzzles, artwork. We had a bottle of wine, and they decided to play hide and seek. So what time was that? Do you remember? I mean, I know that I was in bed probably by like what, 12:30? Okay. Well, I went upstairs at least, and I fell asleep, forgetting that he was in the suitcase. Playing the hide and go. Yes. And at some point you put him in the suitcase? No, he got in the suitcase. So he thought it'd be funny to be put in the suitcase. So I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna joke with you and I'll zip you up and make him, squirm a little bit, whatever it is. But then I fell asleep. I fell asleep. Where was the suitcase? Right where it is. Right down there? Yes. You zipped him in there? Yes. You finally a little bit? It was. We both were laughing about it. Okay. And then I fell asleep. Where did you fall asleep at? Upstairs. In your bedroom? Yes. Okay. Totally forgetting that he was in the suitcase still. Okay. And then you came back downstairs. This morning, or this afternoon, yes, when I got up. What time? 12:30-ish. I was awake, but I totally forgot that he was in the suitcase. He can tell you there's a lot of things that I/we can go jobs. Yeah, he did tell me. But all that good stuff. So I just totally forgot. You began to do CPR on him? Yes. Yes. About what time this morning did you start doing that CPR? No, it was the afternoon. It was afternoon because I was awake. But then I finally decided to come downstairs at like 12:30-ish, whatever it is. And I was like, he wasn't moving, nothing was happening. So I unzipped him, took him out and started doing CPR on him. He was on his way over here. I called you when he got here. Once he got here, you called us? Yes. Okay. And air was coming out and he was gurgling, but I could just tell by looking at him. But you had to do CPR, you were doing that on your own? Yes. Okay. And then the person that was on the phone with me also, I counted with him doing it. And he's got no medical, he doesn't take any medication? I don't know. I don't know medical wise. I know he doesn't take any medications whatsoever. The only thing, like I said, I don't know if alcohol had to do with it, but we had a bottle of wine. Okay. All right. Here, I want you to sit back down because I don't want. Can I have one more sip of water? Yes. Go on. That personal 29 residential audible 130 I'll do what I can to get you a cup, because I don't want you to have to keep doing that. motors next on the panel. The cups are like right there. Here, 44 motors. Right here, don't talk to the ex-husband right now. Oh, I won't, I won't. Can I have a cigarette, please? Ma'am, I can't take anything out of the house. It's on the back porch. Nope, all of it, secure, okay? I'll try my best to get you what you need, okay? Maybe one of these guys has a pack from someone, you know, sit down and I'll try and get you what you need, okay? Just cut, please. Okay. I don't want you on your feet. Yes, you put him on the second. He came back in? So there's no fence then?
Sorry about those beeps. Those are
Hope I can
brutal.
give you a rundown.
Doing a great job of keeping that blurred. Thank you guys.
I was getting ready to call you guys. Yeah. Want to talk over here?
Your Honor, request permission to publish State 6.
You may do so.
I think that this deputy sheriff, Deputy Kayla Rodriguez, I think she handled her tough situation really well. I do wish that Sarah did not get any water. I wish that that wasn't happening. I wish that there was some sort of, hey, have you been drinking? Like, have you been drinking this morning? You said you drank so much that you didn't even wake up until like 12, come downstairs till 12:30. You find someone deceased in your home. You call your ex-husband and then you call us once he gets over here. Are you impaired? Because this feels like what someone who is impaired would do. Like, these are impaired actions. These are not thinking clearly, oh my gosh, something terrible is happening that a medical professional might be able to help with. Let me call 911 and get them here ASAP. I wish that there was like some sort of immediate, I don't know if it's hard to hear on this format. If maybe there was a smell of wine, if there was a smell of alcohol, if there was slurring of the words. Those are like the only things. And I wish he didn't have any water. Like, no, you can't have any water until we test, blow in this like BAC reader. What are they called? Breathalyzer. Golly, BAC reader. Idiot. Yep, she said BAC reader. Instead of breathalyzer. Oh my god. All right, come on, folks. Here we go. "60 seconds is a long time without sound."
Hey, Sarah. You get enough water? No, you want to stay seated. I don't want you getting lightheaded. So remember I said the detectives were going to come out and talk to you and go from there. You know what I'm saying? They're here. They're going to ask you a few questions and then go from there, okay? All right.
All right, Sarah, my name is Chelsea. My partner Scott. It's my understanding you reside here? Okay. Is it just you? Okay. Your former husband. Okay. But you reside here with George, and then your son lives with you, or lives, there's 50/50? Yeah. Okay. So from what, has told me, she explained, last night that you guys were drinking a bottle of wine, and around midnight, you decided, you guys. Okay. You guys decided to play hide and seek.
Well, we were playing hide and seek, and then.
Was your son home at the time, or, okay,
No, it was mine. It was fine.
okay,
Decided to play, we just did it like that, like, sure. We were putting puzzles together, we were doing artwork. You can see the puzzle that we finished in there, and then the artwork, and then decided to play hide and seek, just being stupid.
okay,
So he decided to get in the suitcase. So I thought it would be funny to, and he was talking about it too, to zip him up in there. I go upstairs and he fell asleep. So this morning when I got here, I actually got up out of the bed. I thought for sure he was downstairs on the laptop, really quiet. But then I came upstairs and I'm like, where is he? Like, and that's when I found it.
okay.
I don't know what happened.
Okay, and then you weren't sure about if you woke up this morning?
It was afternoon. I mean, I wasn't
Or this
waiting,
afternoon?
but I just didn't want to come downstairs. So
Okay.
I just laid in bed for a little while, and then I eventually came downstairs. He was about where he was, and then I was like, oh my God, he was in the suitcase still. So I pulled him out, and I stretched him out, and I started to try to make CPR for him. I called you guys, so I called Brian.
Okay.
And then as soon as he got here, which is 30 seconds on the road, I called you guys.
Okay.
The person on the phone had me do the concussions continually, so I can count with him until you guys shut up.
Okay, and, so as part of our investigation, we obviously have to go inside the house, we have to look at things. Are you okay with us going in the house and looking at things? Okay. And forensics, so we have to have our forensics crime scene investigators come out. Are you also okay with them coming inside, taking photographs and? Okay.
Can I ask, is Brian, sorry, George, was he diagnosed with any kind of mental history?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. I don't know. I mean, he doesn't take drugs. I mean, we'll have to take a bottle of wine here and there, but I don't know. Like,
Well, that would be my next question. So you guys don't normally drink, you just drink once in a while, or?
well, I'm gonna say like, okay, I guess normal drinking is like, we will have like a glass of wine or two, like while we're cooking dinner, or sure, something here, and we'll say, I'm working with him, we'll say it's right there. But it's not like.
Couple of beers a day?
I don't understand though, like, for the little bit that we had, like, not having. Like, I don't know if they had a heart attack or a stroke or anything, or what happened, I don't know.
So were you guys together all day yesterday? Okay. Here?
Yeah.
Like you, neither of you left the apartment yesterday?
I think we rode up to the before to get cigarettes.
Okay.
But you could walk there.
Does he have any history of taking drugs? I know he doesn't now, he said he doesn't,
I
but
don't know.
as far as you've ever known him, you've never
No.
seen him.
No. I mean, he's from Philadelphia, and he grew up in Philadelphia, and then he went to Massachusetts, and then from Massachusetts he came down here. So I don't really know, like, a whole lot of, like, medical history or.
How long have you guys been together?
Almost 4 years, like 3.5 years.
You guys been living here the whole time?
Yes.
He's never been to the doctor or to the hospital during that time?
He and his brother got into a really bad argument at one point. He didn't have facial reconstruction, but he has been in the hospital from that. And then I talked him into going to see like a regular physician, so he could get just like a regular like checkup thing.
Yeah.
But there were no red flags.
How long ago was that?
The surgery or
Yeah,
the doctor?
both.
The surgery, I think, was at this point, what, 2 years maybe, 2.5 years. The checkup was probably a good 2 years too.
And the suitcase is still in there?
Yep, always. Okay.
Is it normally stored down there, or did you guys travel recently?
No, we were supposed to start picking from what do you call it? Donation in there, so that's why
it's out?
Yes.
Okay, you guys did recently travel somewhere or anything like that?
After you zipped them up, did you move the bag around and up or you just zipped it up and walked away and out?
We're laughing about it, but I went upstairs and I fell asleep.
But what position was he in when you went in? Was he sitting on the rear end and his head up and he just kind of
No, okay, so like this is the suitcase. Like this is his head and then his feet right here. And his feet were down.
So he was laying on his side?
Yes. Yes.
You just closed the flap and zipped it around?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we were playing.
I understand this, okay.
So he said that I needed to tell you guys about his family. Like, who do I talk to about?
We're gonna do that once we walk through and see. Yeah, we're gonna.
I'm just telling you, like,
Yeah, it's gonna be a
I'm
while.
afraid for my life. I want you to know that. I am afraid for my life. His family has never liked me. I'm the blue-eyed white devil, is what they call me. So they've never liked me. They've never taken me in. They've never accepted me. I'll put it that way.
Have you called any of them?
We talked to his daughter just today.
No, I mean, like, about this. Is that, okay. So no one's gonna know until, we will be making that notification, so
They're going to
it's,
tell me.
okay, well,
Yes, they're down the road. They're going to tell me. His kids are going to tell me in Philadelphia. They're going to tell me. This was not intentional.
okay.
They're not going to understand that. They're not going to accept it.
We're gonna do a thorough investigation and we will definitely make sure that you don't feel scared when we need to, okay?
And my 9-year-old.
Well, he's at school and he's with your husband.
I know, well,
Ex-husband.
Your husband said that, or your ex-husband said he made arrangements for your 9-year-old to be picked up.
Oh, okay, Mom.
All right, we're going to go inside if that's okay.
Yes, please, but can you guys keep posted so I know what's going on?
Yes, ma'am.
And don't.
All you have to do is get their attention if you have a question, you need to talk to us. He's standing right there, she'll be right here.
Yeah, okay, but will you guys tell me, like, so you're telling me, like, you won't call whoever it is without telling me, right? I mean, I have all their phone.
We're not calling, we're not making phone calls, we're actually gonna speak to them in person. We
That'll
are.
be later on.
Okay.
It'll be later.
Prior to us making any
I'm
calls.
not gonna be here. They're going to tell me,
Okay.
We'll address all of that, okay, before we leave.
okay? This was.
Okay? Okay.
Thank you. Just stay seated, okay, Sarah? I know you're panicking, okay? Just relax. We'll come and talk to you. We'll keep checking on you.
Wow. All right. As they turn their lights back on, we're gonna take a little break. After taking all of that in. Wow. All right. So she was more, in my opinion, truthfully scared of JT's family and how they react to the news of JT's death than she was of, I don't know, telling the cops that JT is not alive right now. There was a more, what felt to be a truthful level of fear to the family is going to be finding out that George is dead and that I am not, and that am like responsible, essentially. She was scared. She was defensive when she was telling Deputy Rodriguez about how they were playing, and then she fell asleep. She just fell asleep. Didn't feel like fear to me. I'm not gonna say it wasn't fear. It didn't feel like fear to me. Felt like defense. Ray says, okay, So if the son wasn't there, why did she call her ex-husband? Probably because he was trying to contact her. He was trying to contact her to be like, hey, make sure you go pick up our kid after school because it's your day to pick him up. Because he drops him off on Monday, or if he has their kid on Sunday, he would drop the kid off at school on Monday. Also, this poor child. I hope this kid is protected in a physical and mental, emotional bubble of peace and joy and understanding, because this is a lot for a kid to take in. Hopefully he's not watching this trial. He's young. He's like 13, he's 13 turning 14. This is a very crucial moment in this child's life, developmentally. And the poor kid. Oh my God. Very interesting. We're going to take a little break and then we're going to come back and finish up court. So let's see, what is it? 4:45. No, I lied because that's 10 minutes. 4:50 p.m. 4:50 p.m. And turn your volume down because I think this is really loud. So we'll be back at 4:50 p.m., which is 15 minutes. And then we'll finish court for today. We'll do a little chitty chat and then I'll go home. Well, you guys are probably home. I'm not. All right, turn your volume down. All right, we're back. Let's get back into it and finish up the day, shall we? Oh, I never sent the message. I'll be back at 4:50. Oops, I'm back. Back early. My bad.
While you were at the scene, did you also make contact with Brian Boone?
Yes,
Did you take a statement from him as well?
I did.
Were all your interactions with the defendant on that day captured on your body-worn camera?
Yes.
I have no additional questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
No questions, Judge.
Is this witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You're released, not subject to recall, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
No
Can the
problem.
parties approach for a moment?
No recall. All right. They are approaching. Talking about something that the jury cannot know right now. And we are just going to boot, scoot, and boogie through. Sarah's taking notes. Lots and lots of notes. Oh, wow.
Independent investigation or research is the person, places, and you get to come back here. We're going to go ahead and take that afternoon regularly scheduled break. I'm going to ask you to come back here in 15 minutes at 3:37. Similar instructions that I've given you previously. Please don't just conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else. I thank you for your service, and we'll see you shortly.
All right. We are going on break. No cross for that deputy, which is a little interesting to me.
You may be seated. Thank you. Bless you. State anything else we need to address?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in a recess till 3:37. Thank you very much.
All right, I'm going to skedaddle on through. And they're back. No audio yet. Back to the seal.
Sir, good afternoon. Can you state and spell your name for the record for us?
John Martinez, John-Martinez.
Thanks, sir. You may be seated. Thank you.
What number is this? Number 9. Wow. Lots of witnesses today.
You may inquire, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good. That's good.
Tell us, who is it that you work for?
Orange County Sheriff's Office,
And what is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Deputy Sheriff.
How long have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
I'm going on my 16th year.
Prior to working for the Orange County Sheriff's Office, do you have any previous law enforcement experience?
I do.
And where was that?
I first started my career with the New York City Police Department,
And how long were you with the New York City Police Department?
about 10 years.
And what was your position with the New York City Police Department?
I was a police officer.
And at the sheriff's office, tell us, what are some of your duties as a deputy sheriff?
Respond to calls of service. My primary function is the school resource officer.
Okay.
And is continuing training a condition of your employment with the sheriff's office?
It is.
Tell us, how is it that you became involved in this case?
I was dispatched to this location.
And what was this location?
It was located at 4748 France Lane, apartment number 3.
And is that here in Orange County, Florida?
It is.
And when you responded to that location, who
Sorry. Playback speed 1.25.
did you first come into contact?
Come on. God.
I came in contact with Miss Sarah Boone.
Do you see Sarah Boone here in court today?
I do.
Could you please point to her and identify an article of clothing she's wearing?
The lady sitting in the middle with the black blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant?
Record will so reflect.
During the time that you were on the scene, did you have a body-worn camera?
I did.
And was that body-worn camera activated?
It was.
Were all your contacts with Ms. Boone recorded on that body-worn camera?
It was.
Were other deputies also on the scene at that time?
Yes,
And was Deputy Rodriguez there?
she was.
So would both of your body-worn cameras both capture some of the same time frames?
Correct. Yes.
Did you have an occasion to go inside of the apartment?
I did.
And inside of the apartment, what observations did you make?
When I first entered the apartment, I noticed a Hispanic male laying on his back in looks like a small nook dining area. Later identified Mr. Jorge Torres.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as states K and been shown to defense?
You may.
Sir, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as states K. Do you recognize that disc?
I do.
Tell us, what is that disc?
Is a copy of my body-worn camera.
And does this body-worn camera fairly and accurately depict the portion of the events that took place on February 24th, 2020?
It does.
And are those your initials on the disc?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states K into evidence.
Any objections? Objection. What was pre-marked as states K will be received into evidence without objection as state 7.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may. Madam Clerk, you dim the lights.
All right, we are going to watch some more body cam of February 24th, 2020. All right, let's get through them setting it up. All right, and I will disappear. This time it's not my internet being choppy. This is the body-worn camera footage choppy.
They're coming out now. I'll get you somebody, okay? She wants to say something. She wants to come on.
Don't know anything though, like why or how? So that we will not know the answer to that because we're not. So we're not in the office. I'll have to call them out. Yeah, that'll be first thing tomorrow morning. I'll know a lot, hopefully a lot more tomorrow morning as far as him. But I cannot. There's no way I can say how, why. So just by looking at him, like why is he purple? That's normal when someone passes away. But then I'm like really scared. I want you guys to know that.
Have all these evidences, so while we're here, nothing's gonna happen. Before we go and make any notifications, you'll have plenty of time to read or do whatever you need to do, okay? And we'll talk about that more in time, but, yeah, you.
But like, I don't, like, this was totally like not intentional. Like, that's what I'm scared about too. Like
we'll have all the answers. We'll have a lot more info tomorrow. Like you said, what you're seeing here is common. This is us coming out. Yeah, it's no real medical history that we know of. We're going to pass away. We come out.
I know.
We come out to an investigation. Medical examiner's office, we sent people out. This is what we did. If he was 75 years old and had a heart condition, we wouldn't be here.
I don't know what it is.
Exactly, and that's what we're here to find out. We're just here to get the answers. The answers that you want, the answers that families
I just
want.
really want to see my son. I really need to see my son. I mean, I know I can't go anywhere, but it's right. So do I just like sit out here and wait for you guys?
If you would, yes, please.
Anybody else having to show up or everybody's here that needs to be here? Ryan King's here, that needs to be here, the medical examiners will show up when we call them, but we're not ready to do it yet. So they're gonna take him, they're gonna take the photos, take him, but that's for the end of it, and they'll be called well in advance when we're ready for them, but we're not ready for them at this point, so we won't be calling them quite yet. Okay, so like I said, I gotta go do some paperwork, they're gonna chat, with some people, and then we're gonna come back and talk to you if you're okay with that. So just give us a little bit more time, like I said, and you don't do that. So, like, you guys tell his family, like, today or after tomorrow? You have to. Our investigation is pretty much complete here. Once we get here, we will be going to.
Again, we'll know. I'm not gonna just go into it, but you know. I'll see if I do anything like that.
But how, I mean, I understand what you guys and how you do it, you know, so, but like, what do you just tell him? What do you tell his parents? Like, what's the reason it's away?
We tell them we know that. We tell them the truth.
And that we're gonna be waiting for the autopsy results, and I will get the autopsy in the morning, and hopefully the doctor will be able to give me some of what they think and see.
Give them their number, they can contact them, get, you know.
So yeah, they're gonna know what we're here, what we're investigating, and that would still, they're gonna think that, okay. They always have said that. They've always have said that. I told you, because I'm the blue-eyed white dragon, that's what they call me, because they don't want him with me. So he's basically just not really been around his family because he chooses me over them. Even after I encouraged him numerous times to go and see his family. Do you have somewhere safe that you can go tonight? Both my parents are deceased, my grandparents are deceased, and my aunt and uncle are deceased. I got notice. I have a brother that's in the Marines, and I have another one that's in jail. Unless brother that's Marine local, no. Well, he's in Altamont, but I think he's doing whatever Marine he's doing. But the only way. Your phone's inside, correct? Yeah. Does he have a phone? No, he doesn't. He uses my phone. He uses your, yeah, the sheriff. So the only place I could go is over to Brad's house. So I don't think we have a problem with it. So, well, like I said, we're not gonna leave here. If you do not feel safe, you're not gonna leave here. We cannot do anything. And then we're like, and then so I in Philadelphia. We'll see Philadelphia because there's gonna be a funeral, right? That you're talking like days and no, I'm talking right here, right now. So let me get my notification. Let me go do this paperwork that I'm talking about because we can go back and forth about what it's like all day long. So I promise we're not gonna leave here for you and you're not gonna think. Please. I don't even know what to tell you. It's okay. Just take a seat, have some water, give us a few minutes, let us do our thing, and we'll be back to talk to you, I promise, okay? Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
You have anyone in there?
There's somebody here, just me.
Okay, that's fine. You're right there.
Yeah.
There, take your mind. I have relief coming, so you stay there.
Before we carry on, as I'm watching these, I'm taking notes and writing down my questions. That I just have questions. I have questions. Do we think that if Sarah was of any other race and or gender, she would still not be detained, not arrested, but possibly gently handcuffed and put in a car as all of this was happening? Do you think that she would still be, let's say, if she was a Black woman or a Black man, if she would still be walking around without anybody really watching her. Nobody stood by her the entire time they were there. Offered to go get some water, take a seat. You're panicking. Have some more water. Relax. It's okay. You're okay. There was so much comfort coming from all of those police officers. I'm not saying that that was bad or wrong. I'm not saying that that's bad or wrong. That how they handled it was bad or wrong. I'm not saying that it's bad or wrong. I'm just saying that do we think it would have been handled differently if she was of a different race and or a different gender, even a white man, maybe a 6'2", 250 built man? Do we think this would have been handled differently? Is that something, a conversation that we will see throughout this trial from the defense? Maybe. Should it be? I don't like it. I don't know if it's bad or wrong. I'm not a law enforcement official. I don't have training in that. I don't know if it was bad or wrong, but I don't like it. I don't like it. 100%. That's what today's society has come to. No, she definitely wouldn't be. Definitely worked in her favor being white, and I believe so too. And that's not me saying, oh, it definitely would have gone different for someone if they were Black or Hispanic, Latina, Asian, male, whatever. It may have gone down exactly the same, but it's giving off the vibe that it wouldn't have. The tone that every single law enforcement official has given her has been gentle and delicate. And even when she gets big with her defenses, there was no like, whoa, we need to rein this in. There was no like, whoa, this seems off. You know, there's so many things that seem off about this whole interaction that there wasn't an immediate like, let's get her in a car. Let's get her away, contained, confined so that she can't just be running around doing other things. She could have took off, essentially. However, we do need to take into consideration it is the South. Yeah, oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think that this would have been handled by law enforcement officials in, let's say, New York State, anywhere in New York State like this. I think this would have been immediately, oh, okay, so well, we're going to detain you. We have some questions. You're not under arrest. We got to get you in a car. So you can't just be walking around. And like, we need you to stop drinking water, right? Like, if you get pulled over on a DUI and you're like, oh man, I'm so thirsty, I need some water. And they're like, not yet. We kind of need to get like your blood alcohol levels. Like you can't have any food, you can't have any water, you can't do anything until we get all of this information as fast as we can, if you don't pass or whatever, or if you're like pushing back. Would not have been different in mass as well. Right. It just feels, after watching so much of the body cam, it just feels like, why was she not even like sat down? Like she wasn't even like, you stay, like wasn't even like, you stay here, like don't move. It was just like, just take a seat, relax, like you're panicking. It feels a little coddly to me. It feels a little coddly, like, and she keeps asking and asking and asking and showing true, relatable fear. How are you going to tell them? What are you going to tell Jorge Torres' family? What are you going to tell them? Are they going to know that, like, are you going to tell them the information that you know, that I'm involved? She's so scared of it. At least they're investigating right then and there. Yeah, exactly. They're not waiting a couple weeks. So that feels off, right? I feel like, why is she so bent on it? Why, like, as approaching as someone who does not know her, does not know George, does not know anything about anybody at all, never seen these people, never heard of them, never been over to this house, have no idea. that would immediately trigger what's going on here, because you're not upset about the man laying deceased in your apartment. You are so much more upset about what could possibly, like, how we're going to tell his family and that you're involved and that you're still alive and that they're going to be a threat to you. So like that immediately would be like red flag, red flag, red flag. And that's not to say with some more questions and some more investigation and figuring out there's a past history of abuse. Okay, now we're getting more answers into why these red flags are waving in our face, but still at that very point in time, where's these red flags being recognized? I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it quite yet. She's just walking around. She's handcuffed, back down.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
No, sir.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You're released, not subject to recall. Thank you.
Thank you.
These are just the things that I'm thinking. These are things. This is just the
State, may call
stream
your
of
next witness.
consciousness that I was having with watching these body cams. All right, witness number 10. I don't know. This is going to be a very interesting case. This is a very interesting trial. This whole process is going to be very interesting.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Can you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Melissa Roughgarden, MELISSA ROUGHGARDEN.
Thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
Ma'am, who do you work for?
I'm employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
What is your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I am a forensic biologist with the forensics unit. Prior to this, I was a crime scene investigator for 5 years.
And how long in total have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
About 6.5 years.
And tell us all the positions you've held during that time.
Those two, a crime scene investigator and a forensic biologist.
Let's turn to your work as a crime scene investigator. What does a crime scene investigator do?
We respond to crime scenes. We photograph and document those crime scenes through photographs, notes, and sometimes sketches. We collect evidence, we process the scene, and then we do further processing to the evidence back at our forensics lab.
When you say process evidence or process the scene, can you tell us what that entails?
It depends on the scene and the evidence, but it includes the photographs. We also take swabs for potential DNA. We can also do testing for possible blood and things like that. We also process for latent fingerprints, among other things.
What type of training did you need in order to become a crime scene investigator?
Upon being hired with the Sheriff's Office, as a CSI, I had completed a 16-week training program, which includes in-house processing, as well as going out to crime scenes with trained crime scene investigators to observe and then assist, as well as taking on calls with the trained crime scene investigator.
Approximately how many crime scenes have you processed in the course of your time as a CSI?
It would be hundreds. I don't know the exact amount.
Were you working in this capacity as a CSI on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, I was.
And tell us, where did you respond out to on that day?
I responded to 4748 France Court, Apartment 3.
And is that in Orange County, Florida?
Yes, it is.
And when you responded to that scene, whom did you make contact with?
I made contact with the homicide detective, Chelsea Ketzel.
Did you receive information from the detective?
Yes, that it was a death investigation.
Did you walk the scene with the detective?
Yes.
And tell us, what does it mean to walk the scene with the detective in a homicide?
We go into the scene and just observe. We don't interact with anything and discuss what we see.
When you walked the scene, did you see Jorge Torres?
Yes, I did.
Where was he located?
He was located on the floor in the living room of the apartment.
Did you, with the detective, identify potential items of evidence to be collected?
Yes.
You had mentioned previously about documenting scenes with photographs. Was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
Bye. Thanks for hanging out. I'll talk to you later. Good.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness which has been marked for identification as States M and been shown to defense?
May.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as States M. Can you take a look at the contents of State M to yourself and tell me if you recognize the items contained within States M?
Oof, that's a lot of papers. That is a lot of papers. She was like, I'm looking at all of these. Because one little slip, one little wrong piece of paper, you know, no, these are professionals. And she's like, everything I will recognize.
You recognize the contents of States M.
Yes, I do.
Tell us, what is the contents of State M?
They are photographs I took on the crime scene.
Do they fairly and accurately represent how that crime scene appeared on February 24th, 2020?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States M into evidence.
How many photographs are there? Do you have a total?
111.
No objection.
What was pre-marked as States M will be received into evidence without objection as States 8.
Okay. All right, they're going to show photos. We will probably not see a lot of them if they are of the decedent. They might show maybe some other random photos, but these are mostly specifically of the incident. So
What is this?
So they
This
should
is
be
the
very
front door
careful.
to the residence.
States 5.
This is also the front door of the residence, just a closer image to the door.
Sorry, there's things that they're showing on camera, but you're not going to see them from me. Nothing has been.
Residence, what is the first area just off to the right of the front door?
That would be the kitchen.
Showing you it's been marked as States 11.
Yes, so this is just inside the door. To the right, there is the kitchen area.
You can hear her describe it.
Showing you States 14. What is this a photo of?
So this is the counter with the sink in the kitchen, and there's also the open area just above where you can see into the living room.
There's sort of like a cutout in the wall. So you're at the sink and you're looking into the living room, but there's technically like a wall there. It's not open concept, but there is a nice big
States
hole.
composite. Photo 19.
Yes.
What is this?
This is a hutch inside the kitchen. You can see in the background, that is where that first photo of the kitchen was taken. So that's the entryway. And then this is the hutch, and there is a cell phone on the hutch in the kitchen.
I do not know if that is hers or his. But just for safety, I'm just going to keep you guys looking at my face.
This is the trash can in the kitchen. You can also see the hutch we were just looking at there on the side.
And some like dog bowls. Bowls on the floor for an animal.
This is the contents of the trash can. You can see 2 wine bottles on the top of the trash.
Did you
Wait,
also
let
find
me.
Receipts in that trash can?
All right. Here's this. What? Look at this. Let's check the size.
States 23.
This is the contents of the trash can. You can see 2 wine bottles on the top of the trash.
Those are very large wine bottles, right? Those are magnum bottles of wine. And then like the water dish and food bowl. Those are large, right? Those are large. Those are large. I don't drink wine. I don't drink at all. But that's that's a lot of wine. I wonder what the alcohol content of that wine
Receipts
is.
in that trash can as well?
Yes.
Photo 25 from the composite.
These are those same wine bottles and 3 Publix receipts that were removed from the trash can.
Did you take these items and collect them into evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
Big bottles. That's a lot of wine. And they're tiny. Both Sarah and George are like 100 pounds. They're small people. They drink a lot and probably have a high tolerance, but that's a lot of wine.
Yes, this is just in further into that entryway. You can see the living room.
We're not showing that. Good job. Good job, Court TV. Thank you. Thank you. Well done, well done.
Photo 35 from the composite.
This is another photo of the living room. You can see the victim located on the floor and a suitcase in the bottom corner of the photograph.
Okay.
Photo 36.
This is another photograph in the living room. This is that wall we saw in the kitchen there with the opening. You can also see a wooden baseball bat leaning against the wall.
That baseball bat collected into evidence in this case?
Yes, it was.
Photo 38.
This is, excuse me. This is also a photograph of the living room, just the other side of the room.
Okay.
Photo 43 from the composite.
Yes. This photograph was taken in the living room. You can see the stairs leading to the second floor.
That's the wall that they shared with that other apartment.
Photograph 45.
This is a photograph of the living room just from the other side of the room. You can see the front door in the middle back of the photo.
He's having a hard time finding the ones that he wants. Okay.
Photo 49 from the composite.
This is a more close-up photograph of the suitcase.
It's not that large of a suitcase.
Photo 50.
This is a photograph of one of the zippers on the suitcase.
All right.
Photograph 51.
This is a close-up picture of that same zipper. There is no zipper pull on it. It appeared to be a small wire of some sort, the pink wrapped around the zipper. This is the zipper on the other side of the suitcase.
Just for the record, that's photograph 52. States 53 from this compartment.
The close-up image of that same zipper. There is also no zipper pull on that one.
No zipper pulls.
Photo 54 from the composite.
This is the contents of the suitcase after just lifting the lid.
We are not going to show that.
Photo 56 from the composite.
More of a close-up image of the items. There were miscellaneous papers and paperwork, some clothing items, and apparent blood inside the suitcase.
What items?
Okay, sorry, hold on. I just need to get my notes down. They're moving so fast.
What apparent blood was inside the suitcase?
It was observed on the white cap and a necktie, and there was also visible blood just on the interior of the suitcase.
Photo 57 from the composite.
The contents of the suitcase, but you can see the white cap more clearly and the blood observed on it.
Okay. Damn, how many? So many pictures.
58 from the composite.
You can see the necktie with blood. It appeared to be silver multicolored. And then there's also a diazepam syringe in the plastic casing there. It was prescribed to the victim.
Photo 61 from the composite.
That is the miscellaneous papers and paperwork that was removed from the suitcase.
Photo 62 from the composite.
That's the suitcase after all of the items were removed.
Photo 64 from the composite.
Yes, that is what appeared to be some like small pieces of paper that appeared to be soaked with blood.
Is this inside of the suitcase?
Yes.
Photo 65 from the composite.
That is the baseball bat that was leaning against the wall in the living room.
All right.
Photo 68 from the composite.
This is back to the stairs to the second floor in the living room.
Photo 69 from the composite.
So it's moving closer to the stairs to the second floor.
Okay.
Photo 70 from the composite.
Photographing more of the staircase. These are the steps leading to the second floor before I proceed up to the second floor.
Photo 71 for the record. Photo 72 from the composite.
The upper portion of the stairs leading to the second floor.
How many bedrooms were on the second floor of the unit?
There were 2 bedrooms.
Photo 75 from the composite. What is this?
This is the hallway. You can see a closet in the hallway and then the door to one of the bedrooms.
Does this appear to be a child's room?
Yes, it did.
Okay. So I'm not really talking much. I'm focusing on taking down notes on each one of these pictures.
This is a photograph within the child bedroom.
My hand hurts.
Photo 86 from the composite.
This is the door leading to the other bedroom upstairs.
Did this other
Okay.
bedroom also contain a bathroom?
Yes, it did.
Photo 98 from the composite.
This is the bed within that bedroom.
As soon as you lock into a public trip, you can't leave.
Photo 97 from the composite.
This is the bathroom.
Master bedroom upstairs.
Yes.
Did you also have an occasion to photograph the defendant?
Yes, I did.
You see the defendant here at court today.
Yes, I do.
Could you please point to them and identify what article of clothing they're wearing?
She is right there with a black blazer and a pink shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that witnesses identify the defendant.
Record so reflect.
All right, these are going to be photos of Sarah.
98 from the composite.
What the crap just happened? So sorry. I have no idea what
This other
happened.
bedroom also contained a bathroom. It has states. Photograph 110.
Her left arm with
Ah,
her left arm.
no. What is going on?
Photo 97 from the composite.
This is the bathroom.
To photograph the defendant. Just identify the defendant.
Okay, here we are. Oh my gosh. Something just like snapped on YouTube. I'm like, hello.
98 from the composite.
This is the photograph I took of the defendant.
Why is it that you are photographing the defendant at this point?
I collected her buccal swabs, which is a DNA standard from the inside of the mouth, and it is part of our procedure to photograph that person for identification purposes.
Okay.
You also document the rest of her body as well at that time.
Yes, I did.
Publishing photograph 101 from State's composite.
This is a photograph of her hands facing upward.
Photograph 102.
This is her right hand facing upward.
Photograph 103.
Her left hand facing upward.
Photograph 104.
Both of her hands facing downward, so the tops of her hands.
Photograph 105.
This is her right hand facing downward.
Photograph 106.
And her left hand facing downward.
Photograph 107.
This would be of her right arm.
Photograph 108.
Her left arm.
Okay. Are these all necessary?
Her right arm with it facing upward.
Photograph 110.
Her left arm with her arm facing upward.
During the time you were interacting with the defendant, did she ever indicate to you that she had any injuries?
No.
Okay.
You would in this case.
Yes, I did.
And then shown to defense.
You may.
Identification as state C. Can you take a look at that package for me?
Yes.
Do you recognize that package?
Yes, I do.
And tell us, what is that package?
These are the 2 wine bottles that were collected from the trash can.
Is your name on that package?
Yes, my name is on the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I filled out, and my initials are on the evidence seal from when I sealed the package.
And it also has your agency case number and location information for this case.
Yes, that is correct.
Ma'am, could you open the contents of states C and look at it to yourself?
I love that she came prepared with her gloves. Yes. So Ronnie said when we were going through those pictures, zippers without pulls are so difficult to open, much less from the inside. Yes. I think we all have had the experience in life of trying to zip either on or off something, open or close something that does not have a zipper pull on it. And it is a bloody nightmare. Like it's absolute nightmare to do. And just even the thought of doing it from inside of a suitcase is extremely it's frustrating. You get frustrated just thinking about it. Changes knowing that one had a random little kind of metal wire on it and the other had no zipper pull on it whatsoever.
Sure, just out of view from before.
It already changes like the thought process behind Sarah zipping it up and not unzipping it. She had a difficult time zipping it. When she zipped the suitcase, she had a difficult time, right? Because there were no pulls. Just a little piece of wire on one zipper. It wasn't an easy task, I'm sure. I mean, you struggle at least a little bit more than if there was a zipper, a classic, what it came with zipper pull on it.
These are the 2 wine bottles that I collected from the trash can.
Are these
Magnum
wine bottles in the same or
bottles.
substantially the same condition as they were at the time that you packaged them on February 24, 2020?
Yes, the same time I collected them that day.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states C in evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as state C will be received into evidence as states 9 without objection.
Your Honor, request permission to publish.
You may do so.
All right, the jury is going to see these Magnum wine bottles. Oh, golly. Oh, they are large. That's not the standard. That's not a standard wine bottle, right? That's not a standard wine bottle. Oh, and they're gone. Bye-bye.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification as states B and shown to defense?
You may.
Did you say B as in boy?
Ma'am, I'm showing you who's been marked for identification as states B. Can you take a look at this item?
Oh, this is the baseball bat.
Yes.
Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do. This is the wooden baseball bat I collected from the living room.
Does this item have your name on it?
Yes, it has my name on the Orange County Sheriff's.
As case B and look at the contents of it to yourself without displaying it to the court?
Yes.
I'm just going to skip through this, hurry the day along a little bit. She's just going to look at it. She's going to see that it is just the opening of the things and the microphone. It's a whole thing.
And is that bat in the same or substantially the same condition as it was at the time that you collected it on February 24, 2020?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States B into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as B will be received into evidence as States 10 without objection.
All right. Dead air, dead air. But that is States 10. And there is the wooden baseball bat. Golly, people, humans. All right, baseball bat.
Occasion to collect the suitcase as well in this case.
Are we going to
Yes, I
see the
did.
suitcase?
Prior to placing the suitcase into evidence, did you process it?
I took measurements of the suitcase.
What are the measurements of the suitcase?
It was 28 inches in length, 20 inches wide, and 8 7/8 inches deep.
Your Honor, at this time, may the witness step down from the stand and approach the clerk's area.
Yes.
Deep. Just under 8 inches deep.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as.
I don't have a
States A.
ruler.
Tell me, do you recognize this item? Tell us, what is this item?
This is the suitcase I collected from the living room.
And how is it that you know that this is a suitcase you collected from the living room?
It has the Orange County Sheriff's Office evidence label that I labeled with the item description. It also contains my name and the agent's case number, and my initials are also on the evidence table.
Ma'am, at this time, could you open States A and look at the contents of it to yourself?
Okay. I wish he positioned her even like where, like go closer to. Yeah, they're not. She's not supposed. She can't show the jury yet. She will get closer to the jury probably with the item. 8 inches, shoulder to shoulder. Right. That's like he had to have been literally like squished in
What is
every
inside
way.
of States A?
This is the suitcase I collected from the living room.
And does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as the time that you collected it and placed it into evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's been marked for identification as States A into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as A will be received into evidence without objection as States 11.
And Your Honor, at this time, I ask for permission to publish States A to the jury.
You may.
Oh my gosh, it's not that big of a suitcase.
Can you open the inside of it?
This is literally the worst positioning for us. Watch her have a struggle to get this open because there's no pull on the zipper. Bye. Oh my gosh. I wish we had a better view, but you could just see her struggling. I agree fully with you. That doesn't feel, that's like a weekend bag, like a flying weekend bag. you know, you're going away for 3 days, 2 nights on an airplane. Not like you're going on a little road trip for a couple days. But like that's not like I'm going on a 2-week vacation in France suitcase. That's oof.
How easy is
Oof.
it to operate the zipper that closes the suitcase?
It was a little difficult.
I have no additional questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Excuse me.
Are you also
My
referred to
stomach
as
kind of
medical
churned
examiner
after seeing the
investigator as opposed to
suitcase.
just crime scene investigator?
No, that is not my title.
Do you do reports that the crime or that the medical examiner necessarily relies upon in the process of doing the autopsy and additional investigations?
You would have to ask them.
Who makes the decision at the scene as to what items will be photographed?
Let's just take a pause. And he said, do you make up reports that law enforcement, detectives and whatnot rely upon? He's like, I don't know if that's up to them to rely upon in my reports.
What items
You'd have
will
to
be
ask
taken
them.
to custody, what items will necessarily be tested or analyzed?
That's a collaborative effort between the crime scene investigator and the lead detective while on scene.
That would be yourself, and who was the lead detective?
The lead detective was Chelsea Kepsel.
Now, you authored a report in this matter, did you not?
Yes.
And that report was utilized, if you in fact know, by the medical examiner in developing her autopsy report, was it not?
I do not know.
In your report, did you advise the medical or whomever might read your report that in fact the body had been removed from the suitcase by first offenders or first responders?
No, I don't believe so.
And we know that you have the capacity to do DNA analysis, correct?
No, we process DNA or collect swabs for DNA, and then that's submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for conventional DNA analysis.
You did that with a sample from the inside of Sarah Boone's mouth.
Her buccal swabs were submitted to the FDLE.
And who made that decision?
The detective and I.
Who made the decision not to bother to do a DNA analysis on the blood from the items within the suitcase or the suitcase itself?
That was a discussion between the detective and I.
And you chose not to do that?
No, we did not.
You assumed the blood inside the suitcase belonged to Jorge Torres, correct?
There was blood observed in the suitcase.
But you don't know who that belonged to because you didn't bother to analyze it or have it analyzed, correct?
The blood was not tested.
Now, State's Exhibit B, the bat, you took that into evidence. Was that again a collaborative decision by yourself and the lead detective?
Yes.
And what efforts did you make to have the bat analyzed, given the fact that it was apparently evidence?
It was just collected as evidence from the scene.
Did you advise either the lead detective?
Sorry, I'm just gonna give I didn't notice that the internet was doing the thing because it hates me. So we'll just give it a moment. Little testy from this defense attorney, which is fine. He's allowed to get a little testy. The blood inside the suitcase was not DNA tested. So there is no, other than like common sense answer, there's no like definitive scientific answer that blood, every drop of that blood came from Jorge Torres. The likelihood that all the blood came from him, pretty high, in my opinion. I'm not a lawyer. But it was not tested. The defense's job is to create holes in the prosecution's case. The defense does not have the job to prove Sarah innocent or that someone else did it. They're supposed to bring out the doubt. Expand every drop of doubt that each possible juror may have. Make doubt. Have them doubt this case. And so, wherever they can, they're gonna.
Or anybody else involved with this investigation, that there may be matters that could be analyzed when analyzing the bat that would help or assist in the investigation of this matter?
It's my job to do the documentation and the collection of evidence.
You said it was a collaborative effort between yourself and the lead detective, so did you participate in that decision?
We chose to collect the bat and put it into evidence.
And so there was a fiber analysis done on the bat to determine whether or not it was used to strike Jorge Torres when he was in the suitcase. Was there not?
Pardon?
In fact, there was not, was there? There was no effort to analyze the bat.
Look, I didn't hear your.
Sustain.
Please.
Can you repeat the question?
If I can remember it, I will. Do you know that there was any effort made in this particular investigation, the investigation of Sarah Boone, to analyze the bat for fibers?
No, there was not.
And why was that not done?
It was not done.
You indicated that
It
you
just
had
wasn't done.
some interaction with Ms. Boone. Is that correct?
Okay.
I collected her buccal swabs.
Did you speak with her?
In collecting her buccal swabs, yes.
Did you speak to any other witnesses?
No.
Did you make any determination of other matters that might be of import or evidentiary value when you were going through the house and taking photographs and documenting the interior of the townhouse?
You'll have to be more specific.
Well, how many pictures of the child's bedroom did we see?
Here today,
Yes, ma'am.
we saw the entrance to the bedroom as well as a photograph of the interior of the bedroom.
What was the evidentiary value of that?
It's my job to photograph and document while on scene, so the rooms in the upstairs were photographed and documented.
Did you photograph holes in the wall, possibly made by the victim?
I don't recall photographing holes in the wall, no.
Did you take photographs of items within the house or throughout the house that may have depicted incidents of prior violence?
You'll have to be more specific.
How about bloody pillowcases? Did you make any effort to collect and analyze pillowcases of the rooms that you were photographing?
No.
Who made you have significant experience with zippers?
I use zippers regularly, yes.
Enough to have an opinion as to
Wait. Did he hit us with, do you have significant experience with zippers? Bro, yes. Everyone in this room has significant experience with zippers. Have you ever worn denim? A jacket? A pencil case? Ever experience a backpack? A purse? Literally anything with a zipper. What do you mean? Can we just go back and listen to that? We're almost done with the day.
Did you make any effort to collect and analyze pillowcases of the rooms that you were photographing?
No.
Who made you have significant experience with zippers?
I use zippers regularly, yes.
Enough to have an opinion as to whether or not a zipper is stuck or not.
Is what? Sorry?
You testified on direct that the zipper was a low tight.
Just that it was difficult without the zipper pulls to use the zipper.
Yeah, bro.
Yes, from opening the suitcase here today.
Today, you only tested it today?
Pardon?
You only today have for the first time tested the ability to pull open the zipper on the suitcase?
No, I'm saying it was difficult today.
A redirect examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh
In this
boy.
case, you documented the entirety of the house as you saw it.
Yes.
So every room in the house,
They were all taken overall photographs.
walls in the house.
In the overall photographs, yes, they weren't all individually photographed, no.
And you did not document or note any type of holes in the wall or any type of damage to the walls, anything like that.
Not the walls, no.
Is that something that would have been documented both photographically and also within your report?
Yes.
You also, as we've previously seen in the composite, saw the victim where he was laying in this case, correct?
Yes.
Was the victim, did he have blood on his mouth and on his face?
Yes, he did.
Did he have open wounds?
I think he was getting at, she played it up how difficult it is to zip, that we all have significant experience with zippers. You know how to zip something that doesn't have a zipper pull on it. Like, you know what you're supposed to, like, you know how you're supposed to. I think it was getting at that kind of snarky level. Like, it's not that hard. You made it look hard. And then with his response of, oh, it was hard today. So today it was hard. I think that's what he was getting at. Like, I think that's what he tried to do. Not successful. I think everyone in that room wanted to giggle like us.
On his body.
There was blood coming from his nose and his mouth. There was also some other areas of like defects noted on his body.
You also made contact with the defendant too, as well.
Yes.
Did you note any other wounds or cuts or anything else that was not documented that you haven't testified to?
No.
So no wounds, nothing on her.
Not that I recall, no.
No further questions.
Thank you. Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Owens, can this witness be released?
Judge, we'd like her to be on call.
Subject to recall, ma'am.
Thank
you.
All right.
Can the parties approach?
She's done for today. And they are approaching, and I believe that the judge wants to be done for the day, and they will be done for the day. And let's today
Thank you so much for your
specifically.
attention in this matter. It is 4:52. At this time, we're going to go ahead and take our recess for the evening. Madam Clerk has letters that I have signed regarding your jury service for you to provide to your employer. Court deputy will provide them to you in the deliberation room before you are released for the day. I have a similar instruction to read to you that I gave you before the lunch hour. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do
You
not
better
let
be
anyone
careful
make
about
comments to
national
you
news
or
and
ask
national
questions about the trial.
newspapers.
I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I'm going to release you back to the deliberation room for you to receive the paperwork for your employer, and we will see you at 9 a.m. this coming Monday, October 21st. I thank you for your sacrifice and your service.
Monday at 9 a.m., court resumes. I don't know if I will be here or not. I will know probably tomorrow. But if not, we'll just catch up the next time I'm able to, just like we do with all trials. We'll be behind, but we'll catch up. We'll stay caught up. We'll be behind. We'll catch up. I want to watch this entire
State, anything else we
thing.
need to discuss?
Not from state.
Defense. All right, thank you all very much. We will see you at 9 a.m. Monday, October 21. We're off the record.
We're off the record. Mics are turned off. There's no more sound coming from court. Sheriff is gloving up to reshackle Sarah Boone, who is going to be transported back to jail. Back to jail. They got to go. Hey, we got some jams. That's cool. Thanks. Day one done. Wasn't sure if she'd ever make it to court. I know. I did not think she was going to make it to court either. Like, this is honestly, like, I can't believe we made it, guys. We made it here. Sarah Boone made it to court. Sarah Boone made it to court. I don't need to have this in my ear anymore. Sarah Boone made it to court. It took so freaking long, so much drama. I have questions and I have, oops, sorry, let's keep playing that. Hush up. I have questions. I have concerns. I have worries. I can see what the defense wants to do after day one, after opening arguments in day one. I can see what they want to do. Are they going to be successful? I don't know, because it is going to be very hard after seeing body cam footage and hearing testimony from people who were there. I mean, just today alone is going to be quite difficult to get over that hurdle of she was scared for her life because of the history of abuse. Battered spouse syndrome. It exists. She was scared. She put him in, she zipped him up and she didn't let him out. She was scared. Trying to create that as a thing. She zipped him up because she was scared. But it seems like she didn't unzip him because she was scared. It doesn't feel like she zipped him up because of the fear. That's what I'm kind of getting. So the defense has work to do to make the jury understand the fear, the realness of that fear. She did not do a good job in the body cam footage to display the realness of the fear, other than how his family is going to react and treat her. So I don't know. There was no, it didn't give what I think she wanted it to give. All right, Sarah Boone, I'll catch you on the flip side. I don't know. It's going to be difficult, in my opinion, to get all the jurors on board with she did it because she was scared vibe. That's day one. I think we're good. I think we're done. I have questions. I have lots of notes. She was not injured in any way, shape, or form. She had no injuries on her. No old injuries, no new injuries, no injuries. We already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pages of notes, 9 pages of notes. It's going to be a multiple notebook type of situation here, but that is okay. This is a case that everyone has been paying attention to for so long. This body cam has been out forever. Such an extreme frown. She's so expressive too. That's the thing. She's in all the hearings where she's spoken when she was representing herself. She's so soft spoken, but she's so expressive. She emotes so big. I really wish we were able to see her, but I think it's just the way the courtroom is set up that they wouldn't be able to get a good view on her without compromising the jury, which I think Sarah understands how big this is. I don't know if the court quite grasps how big this case actually is, how nationwide this case actually is. I know Sarah does. I know that, the lawyer, Emily D. Baker, all the things, all of these law tubers that are lawyers, who have been talking about this case and following this case, hearing after hearing after hearing. She knows. Sarah knows. Sarah had concerns about jurors and, how much have they heard and all that stuff. But I don't know if the court quite gets, we are into this stage of, I don't want to say this stage of true crime, but we're into this. We want to know what happens. We want to know what's happening in court. We want to know. We deserve to know. But anywho, I think that's that. I think that's good. I think I kind of put out all my questions that I had throughout. Had a rough start. It's supposed to be about 3 weeks. So hopefully it doesn't turn into Karen Reed of 6, 7 weeks. We want to see justice for Jorge. Absolutely. We want to see justice for Jorge. Even if there is history of him physically abusing people, I don't think anyone really deserves to die in that manner. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, I still don't have an outro. I just don't have an outro, and I have to fix that break video because that's way too loud, and I don't know why. But anywho, that's that. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. I appreciate you guys. That's awesome. I'm gonna go. Today's Friday. It's almost Halloween. Oh, I love Halloween so much. It's almost Halloween. I'll play my intro, and then I will see you guys next time. Subscribe. Okay, bye.